gamble on a December election paid off. In some ways, all his Christmases have come at once. He's back as Prime Minister with the biggest Conservative majority since Margaret Thatcher's third election win in 1987. With one result to come, his majority is 78. He should now get his wish to deliver Brexit in the new year. So inside Downing Street this morning, between resting and, of course, getting ready to go to Buckingham Palace later, the Prime Minister's planning to get Brexit done, of course, what he called this morning the irrefutable, irresistible and unarguable will of the people. A little earlier, we saw Mr Johnson with his partner Carrie Symonds talking of governing for everyone as one nation Conservatives, he said. But results from Scotland and others from Northern Ireland suggest growing support for separate nations within the UK.
We pulled it off. We broke the deadlock, we ended the gridlock, we smashed the roadblock.
For the Labour leader, it was a disastrous night. The second defeat in just over 2 years. Not so much, oh, Jeremy Corbyn, but no Jeremy Corbyn. He'll stay on, but only to oversee that contest to succeed him.
I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign.
The Lib Dems, it was no-go for Jo Swinson. She didn't just fail to deliver a breakthrough, she actually lost her own seat. She'll be arriving in London from her count in East Dunbartonshire. A little later, Nicola Sturgeon, on the other hand, look at these pictures if you haven't seen them already. Plenty to celebrate. Scotland's First Minister was the other big winner apart from the Prime Minister. Whose defeat was she celebrating here? We'll talk about that a little later. Well, over the next few hours, we'll be speaking to all the key political players as we begin to assess what happens next. To help, we have teams following all the party leaders, the end of a marathon for the leaders, and our correspondents still standing there. They are. Plus, there are big stories to tell in Scotland and Northern Ireland, also in Wales. We have expert analysis from our correspondents there too.
And I'll be live at Westminster with all the reaction as we digest the impact of this extraordinary result.
Meanwhile, here in the studio, I'm joined by guests of my own, and taking us through the detail will be our political correspondent, Carl Dinnan, and our long-serving election analyst, Professor Colin Rallings, who can put all of last night's results in context because he lived every moment of it, Colin. And what on earth will they make of this all over in Brussels, 3.5 years on from when the UK first voted to leave the EU? Déjà vu, perhaps, as they say in French-speaking parts of the city.
And on what was the first Christmas election in nearly 100 years, I'll be speaking to some voters about why they voted the way they did.
Thanks, Geraint. First, let's get a recap on the statistics of the night and see how many seats the parties have ended up with so far, with all but one of the results in. The Conservatives have 364 seats, up 47. Labour ended up with 203, down 59. The Lib Dems down to 11. The Brexit Party didn't win any, and the SNP are up to 48, 13 more than last time round, and the others make up 23, including the Greens keeping their one seat. It was a poor night for Northern Ireland's DUP. They lost 2 seats, including that of their Westminster leader Nigel Dodds, leaving them with 8. And Plaid Cymru stay on 4 seats in Wales. Well, at number 10, there is delight at the way things have gone overnight. There are some pretty tired but highly contented strategists and one very chuffed Prime Minister. Our political correspondent, Daniel Hewitt, is there. It was quite a night for Boris Johnson. What a massive gamble, and one that paid off massively.
It did, and he returned here with his girlfriend, Carrie Symonds, just after 7:30 this morning to what will be their permanent address for the next 5 years. He was addressing a Tory victory rally not far from here to Tory party members and Tory party staff. He received a hero's welcome. And why wouldn't he? He has returned the biggest majority since Margaret Thatcher lived behind that big black door. And he won seats that even she didn't win. Sedgefield, Tony Blair's former seat. Redcar, Mo Molam's former seat. Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's seat. These are Labour heartlands previously represented by giants of the Labour movement. He outdone his old Etonian friend David Cameron. He's outdone John Major, a man who effectively told people not to vote for him at this election. In that victory speech, he addressed what is a very different Conservative Party now. He spoke to those people who have perhaps never voted for the Conservative Party before and said, look, you may have lent me your vote this time, you may plan on going back to Labour next time, but we are here to prove you right. And he had a message too for his own party saying we have to change. We cannot and we must not let those people down. This is a huge victory for the Tory party. It's a huge victory for Boris Johnson personally. He answers that question, the European Union question. We are leaving the European Union in 49 days. The trade negotiations will then begin after January the 31st. But his victory also asks many questions about the union here at home. It's Tory England now up against SNP Scotland. And that is a battle which may dominate Boris Johnson's premiership in the years to come. But right now, inside there, as he said at his victory rally, he wants to get Brexit done, but first he wants to get breakfast done. And that breakfast will taste pretty sweet this morning, Julie.
OK, Daniel, we'll be back to you later on, no doubt. Thank you very much indeed for that. So what then of Jeremy Corbyn? You might have just got a little sneak preview of Libby there. Pretty understandably, after the night his party has had, he's gone home. Having said that he is standing down, Libby Wiener, we can join now, who's covered every stretch of this campaign, every step of the way, tenaciously sticking to her brief. She's outside Mr Corbyn's house in Islington in North London. It was a dismal night for the leader and for the party. And we were just hearing on GMB a few moments ago, I mean, those rows have burst right into the open, Libby.
Yes, indeed. I mean, a catastrophic defeat for Labour on a scale we haven't seen since 1983. If you remember, that was when Margaret Thatcher defeated Michael Foot and got an astonishing majority. But that was in the wake of the Falklands War. And in fact, this result is even worse. Now, that's down to two main factors: a disastrous leader and a disastrous campaign. Jeremy Corbyn did have a considerable amount of support in 2017, particularly among young people, but we didn't see that type of enthusiasm resurface this time. In addition, the campaign strategy was to take the party further to the left, when in fact the public had rejected Jeremy Corbyn in 2017. They didn't learn any lessons. They didn't try and embrace any of the centre-left Labour politicians or woo them back into the fold. And thirdly, the question of anti-Semitism, which wasn't such a big issue in 2017. Jeremy Corbyn seemed to have failed to grasp that that was damaging his party. He failed to deal with it. And almost every day in the campaign, at least the first half of the campaign, that was coming up as an issue. Finally, he did try and take some responsibility for it and apologise. But by then it was far too late. The damage was done. I think not enough attention was paid during this campaign to personalities. I think it's pretty clear that Boris Johnson cut through with the voters and Jeremy Corbyn certainly didn't.
OK, Libby, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, the early campaign claims of the Lib Dem leader Jo Swinson that she could be the next Prime Minister ring pretty hollow this morning. They ended up with fewer seats, and one of them that was lost was hers in East Dunbartonshire. Our correspondent Rachel Younger has been crisscrossing the country with Jo Swinson for the past few weeks and is at Lib Dem headquarters now. And a really very difficult day indeed for this young party leader who's already had to stand down inevitably, Rachel.
That's right, yeah, they've been mopping the steps here at Lib Dem headquarters in central London. But of course, it won't be Jo Swinson clearing up the mess that her party has been left in. She began this campaign by saying she was aiming for 10 Downing Street. She ends it, not even her party's leader, not even an MP, after a dreadful night for her personally. She lost her seat in East Dunbartonshire by just 149 votes to the SNP. She tried desperately to put a brave face on it and keep smiling last night, but she was clearly choking back the tears as she thanked her family and said this result would leave many in the country facing dread and dismay. Now, it would have been pretty tough for her anyway, wouldn't it, to have carried on as leader after that? But actually, she has no choice. The Lib Dem party rules make it clear that in order to do that job, you have to have a parliamentary seat. They put out a statement this morning saying that she would be standing down, her deputy, Ed Davey MP, and the party's president, Sal Brinton, Baroness Sale Brinton would be taking over as joint acting leaders until a leadership contest can be held early next year. But it's worth saying that many of the party's bigger names, defectors from Labour like Chuka Umunna and Luciana Berger, Sam Gyimah from the Conservatives, they won't be in the mix because they're out. They failed to win seats last night. The party finishing this campaign with fewer MPs than it started with and facing real questions about how such an opportunity presented to them by the Brexit crisis could have backfired on them so spectacularly. As for Jo Swinson, she has flown back from Scotland into London this morning. She's at her house in South London, but it will have been a really long night of soul-searching for her. She facilitated this election by backing Boris Johnson's call for it. She has paid the ultimate price for that gamble.
OK, Rachel, for the moment, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, the election may have secured the future of Brexit, but it has raised more questions about the future of the Union as a whole within the Scottish National Party, seizing more seats. They are now 48 out of the 59 available in Scotland. The Conservatives, incidentally, have 6 and Labour just 1 Scottish seat. Over to Martha Fairley in Edinburgh. An incredible night for the SNP, and one of the pictures of the night was one of those moments of celebration with Nicola Sturgeon. Quite extraordinary.
Yes, in Nicola Sturgeon's words, an exceptional night for the SNP. The results exceeded her expectations. And as you say, the pictures of her celebrating as she heard that Jo Swinson, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, had lost her Dunbartonshire East seat to Amy Callaghan, the SNP, now MP for Dunbartonshire East by 149 votes, pretty much sums up the feeling of the SNP. Now, Nicola Sturgeon said that the situation across the UK is grim, but the situation in Scotland sends a very clear message that Scotland does not want a Boris Johnson government and it does not want to leave the EU. And so this morning, the word on everybody's lips here in Scotland is Indy Ref 2, a second independence referendum for Scotland. The First Minister had previously said she would be sending a letter to the Prime Minister before Christmas, requesting that the Holyrood Parliament here be given the power to put that question to the people of Scotland again. We will find out later today whether she still plans to do that. She is not naive about the vote for the SNP. She says that she does understand that not every vote for the SNP was a vote for independence, but she says that she now has a very clear mandate to put that question to the people and offer them that option.
OK, Martha, thank you. So let's get a bit of analysis now of the overall picture of the UK vote. As I said earlier, with me in the studio is Professor Colin Rallings, our ITV election analyst, and alongside him, our political correspondent, Carl Dinnan. So we can take a bit of a deep breath and a moment of assessment here. Colin, tell us your story of the night. This was an extraordinary triumph for Boris Johnson, but give us the undercurrents that you've noted.
It was. When I first got wind of this, about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, looking at the exit poll, the scale of the Conservative victory caused us to scratch our heads a little bit, and we thought if they're going to do that well and win that well, they have to break down this red wall that we've been hearing about. And as the night wore on, the red wall was broken down. Workington, Darlington, Tony Blair's old seat of Sedgefield, every single one of the 3 seats in Stoke-on-Trent. These are not places you think of with the Conservative Party attached to them. And this became, you know, just clearer and clearer as the night went on. It's extraordinary. If you now look at the figures of the night, it's not the story we think of a general election in Britain. The further north you go, the better the Conservatives are doing, the bigger the swing to the Conservatives. And more than that, the more deprived the constituencies, the higher the unemployment, the more children living in poverty, the more people working for less than the minimum wage, the better the Conservatives are doing. It's like turning the political pattern on its head. And
yet we should just note too, and we'll talk to Carl about this too, is the significance of the breakdown of the regions too, Colin, just briefly.
Yes, absolutely. And the nations too. But Wales, the northeastern part of Wales was part of the Red Wall and indeed fell. There's seats in northeast like Wrexham, Vale of Clwyd South. They all went over from Labour to the Conservative Party. In Scotland, of course, we have this very different kind of electoral system, often 3 parties in contestation, but There again, the SNP have driven, not quite all before them as they did in 2015, but certainly they've reduced Labour now to 1 seat. Ian Murray is now the only Labour MP in Scotland, as he was between 2015 and 2017. But in the south, just a little, note of slight hope for the Labour Party. In parts of the south, in London
Putney,
and along the Putney, their only gain, their one gain of the night was in Putney, just one gain in the whole. But other parts of the south, in Southampton, in Portsmouth, they retained the seat. The Canterbury, they retained the seat that they won in 2017. These are different kinds of people. This is a highly educated, professional, younger middle class now voting Labour, whereas the old Labour heartlands seem at this election to have gone over to the Conservatives.
Yeah, it's interesting, that sort of split between the cities and the towns that Yvette Cooper was talking about. Give us your sort of political take on this then, Carl, because the challenge now for Boris Johnson is considerable, isn't it? Because we know he's got his mandate to get Brexit done, in his words, but it's the challenge that Colin puts his finger on there for the Conservatives with this huge new type of electorate.
That's right. Well, there are a couple of things here. First of all, Boris Johnson can now do pretty much what he likes. He is now the most powerful Prime Minister in parliamentary terms that we've seen, certainly since Tony Blair. And we know that the first thing Boris Johnson wants to do, is get Brexit done. By that, he means get the first part of Brexit done, get the withdrawal agreement bill through Parliament. And there is no doubt he'll be able to do that by the end of January. Then after that, it gets more interesting because he no longer is beholden to those groups within his own party that might want a harder kind of Brexit at the end of 2020 when the trade deal is done with the European Union. He can chart his own course that way, and it will be interesting to see which way he turns. He can also, when you lift the bonnet and look what Boris Johnson stands for, he can also do other things that you might not normally think of as conservative things. And he knows that he's relying on a lot of people who previously voted for the Labour Party. And in his speech this morning, we'll hear a bit of it now, he said he wouldn't let them down.
Your hand may have quivered over the ballot paper as before you put your cross in the Conservative box. And you may intend to return to Labour next time round. And if that is the case, I am humbled that you have put your trust in me and that you have put your trust in us. And I and we will never take your support for granted.
So just underlining that point that you're making there now, that he has a sort of new responsibility for those who chose to vote for him this time. But we should just touch briefly on the challenge now for the Labour Party too.
Well, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn is clearly toast. They have to think about whether they lost the election so badly just because of him. Was it because of their ideas? Was it because of Brexit? Just to return, just very briefly, though, to Boris Johnson, there is a cloud on the horizon, and that we've touched on. It's the nations. It's the nationalism rising in Scotland, but also in Northern Ireland, where for the first time in history, there are more nationalist seats than unionist ones. More people have voted for MPs who want to leave the United Kingdom than to stay.
So perfect time to talk about some of those challenges. Thanks for the moment, Carl. We can talk now to key government voice, now that the dust has settled on those results. We're joined now by Security Minister Brandon Lewis. Morning to you. I mean, we must sort of say that it's an extraordinary morning for you. What's it like from the inside?
I think there's a lot of people who are looking forward to getting some sleep tonight. We've had good results across the country, and I think there's that realisation, exactly as the Prime Minister has just said. There's a lot of people out there who have clearly, in the last 24 hours, voted Conservative in many places for the very first time, and that's something we've got to take that responsibility for and deliver on what they voted for.
Yes, and it's not simply a matter of delivering on Brexit as you see it.
No, I think it is wider than that. I think you're quite right. Look, I travelled around the country, particularly in some of those Midlands and part of the northern seats, and the desire of people to want to see the country move on from Brexit and get Brexit done, to use that phrase, was palpable. But they also want to see us deliver on that wider agenda. They want to see us deliver on the promise we made about investing in the NHS, in getting more police officers on our streets, and actually to be that proper unionist, Conservative and Unionist party that the Prime Minister has outlined.
Just to pick up on the challenge that Carl mentioned there, the issue of Scotland now. We're now going to be in a country where we've got these two extraordinary figures on the political landscape. Boris Johnson, in London and Nicola Sturgeon at Holyrood. How is he going to handle that situation, given that the mandate there with the seats they won last night and Holyrood elections looming on the horizons too is going to be really putting on the pressure for another independence referendum?
Well, we've been very clear. We're not having another referendum. We're the Conservative and Unionist Party. We believe in keeping the United Kingdom together. We had that once-in-a-generation referendum, both the Scottish referendum and obviously the 2016 European referendum, and we want to deliver on both of those, and that means keeping the union together.
But she's chosen her language around this quite carefully overnight, hasn't she? Said, actually, it's about presenting the people that she represents with a choice. It's not necessarily endlessly banging a drum for independence per se, but actually the right of Scotland to have a choice, given what we've seen in the voters' outcome there overnight.
Well, the risk of that is she starts to sound like some of the people were around the European referendum. It's just wanting to rehearse and rerun the arguments of 2014, and then obviously they did again in 2015. But we're not looking to have another referendum in Scotland. We want to focus on delivering on these issues for the whole of the United Kingdom. And as you say, not just getting Brexit done, but actually one of the things I think you'll find that Boris Johnson as Prime Minister will want to focus on is this point we've made about bringing the country together. And that means delivering for all parts of the United Kingdom.
And to go to that point on getting Brexit done, yes, we now look at January the 31st with the withdrawal agreement presumably going through now, that we exit on the 31st of Jan. But then we are looking at a trade deal, and whatever you or he or any of the Conservative Party say overnight, getting that trade deal done by December 2020, even though it's a manifesto pledge, is incredibly difficult. Realistically, could we look at a moment when the Prime Minister, with this mandate now, can say, actually, do you know what? We extend beyond December 2020 if it gets us a better deal?
Well, actually, look, I think one of the things Boris Johnson will be very keen to do is to deliver on exactly what he has said he would do. Look, this is somebody who everybody sees.
Even if it's damaging, even if it means
crashing
out.
I don't accept that premise. I actually think we will get that trade deal. Look, this is a Prime Minister that people said couldn't reopen the withdrawal agreement, couldn't get rid of the backstop. He did both, and he did it in under 90 days. We've had a general election. We've got a result that people didn't expect us to be able to get, and actually many people were saying was not this kind of result was not achievable. We will now get on with that work to get that withdrawal agreement bill done to leave the European Union. We'll start that work before Christmas. We will get it done, as Carl and you rightly say, before the end of January. And I am confident that we will get that deal before the end of 2020, as the Prime Minister has outlined.
There are other issues that still loom over this election, and they are ones of character and issues of Islamophobia within the Conservative Party. Do you think this Prime Minister should now pledge to tackle that head on?
We has already said we are going to have that review, that independent review into the party.
But specifically looking at
Islamophobia. It's going to look at everything. Look, I'm somebody, I have to say, as an ex-chairman of the party, I always was very much in the view that any kind of abuse, any kind of religious, racial, or any other kind of abuse or bullying is completely unacceptable and has no place in our party. So having a review that looks at the whole ambit of around any kind of abuse or bullying, whether it's Islamophobia or any other kind of abuse, I think is the right thing to do, and that will start, as you said, before Christmas.
And in the end, given the amount of questions there were over the Prime Minister's character, about whether people were always told the truth, about other aspects about his way he operates politically, do you think people just simply, in the end, factored that all in with this Prime Minister?
Well, actually, no, I think it's slightly more than that. I think people saw in Boris Johnson and do see in him as Prime Minister somebody who articulates very clearly what he wants to achieve, and he's very focused on doing it, and has been doing that since he's been Prime Minister, as he did when he was Mayor of London. And even just on that issue with the Conservative Party in itself, I think the big difference between us, and I think people could see the difference between us and Labour, is where we found issues and problems or people who behaved in an unacceptable way, we dealt with it. We always have done, and we will do.
Brandon Lewis, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. And before we go to Stacey Foster to get the picture from Wales, let's take a look at the results there and see how things have changed overnight. Bit of a gear change there. Let's head to Wales. Labour is still, of course, the largest party with 22 seats. The Conservatives gained 6 and are now on 14. Plaid Cymru, as we mentioned earlier, stay on 4. Let's cross now to Stacey Foster in Wrexham to give us the picture from there. Morning, Stacey.
Morning, Julie. It really is an interesting picture here in Wales. Wrexham has never had a Conservative MP before, and that's what they're waking up to this morning. Much of that blanket of safe Labour red seats up in the northeast now turning blue overnight, most notably here in Wrexham, but of course also Clwyd South, which was the seats back in 1997 that Boris Johnson tried to win as a candidate. He failed to do that. but last night the Tories won there for the first time in a very, very long time. This is a notable day for the Tories here, the best result in Wales since 1983. They now have 3 Conservative female MPs in Wales. The other big stories here overnight, the Lib Dems have been completely wiped out. They only had 1 seat. That's now gone. Plaid Cymru retain the 4 seats that they had here, but that argument over independence really hasn't cut through in Wales in the same way as it has in Scotland. Labour say they are still the biggest party in Wales. That's perhaps the only good news they're taking away today, but they say they lost here on Brexit.
Stacey, thank you for that. Well, alongside me still are election analyst Professor Colin Rallings and correspondent Carl Dinnan. We should talk a little bit further about Northern Ireland in a moment, Carl, but I just wanted to touch on with you, Colin, about the Lib Dems and the Brexit Party last night, because what we've seen is this, again, this sort of coalescence around these 2 main parties again that we saw similarly in 2017. Just take us through what happened to those votes.
Well, if you remember at the very beginning of the campaign, everyone was talking about this being a multi-party election, and that is what I think led Jo Swinson rather unadvisedly, as we were saying earlier, to suggest that she might be the Prime Minister at the end of the process. And from then on, her vote shrunk. And as soon as the Brexit Party said that they weren't going to contest against the Conservatives and Conservative seats, their vote shrunk as well. But they're not completely to be dismissed. If you go through the detail of the result, I think you can point up, you know, a handful or so of constituencies that Labour lost, that they probably lost because the Brexit Party was standing and took votes off them and allowed the Conservatives to slip through. It didn't happen in every case. In some cases, there were straight swings from Labour to the Conservatives, with the Brexit Party doing pretty poorly. But they didn't have a completely negligible role, but they didn't have the important one that they hoped for. They got about 2% of the vote, much the same as UKIP did in 2017 when they did poorly. Lib Dems will be very disappointed. The Remain alliance, you remember, between them, the Greens and Plaid, really didn't work very well. The only constituency where probably their best result of the night was in St Albans, where there was a big and clear direct swing from Labour to the Liberal Democrats, allowing the Liberal Democrats to take that seat. But some of these other middle-class southern areas that they hoped to win, Winchester, for example, Cheltenham, they didn't. They came close, but not close enough. So their vote share is up, but they're still a very poor third party, both in shares of the vote and still only have a dozen MPs.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary night for them, really, to try and come back from, isn't it? Carl, let's talk about the picture in Northern Ireland then. You touched on it briefly before. Just give us a resume of what's happened overnight. A key figure gone, of course, in Nigel Dodds.
That's right. Nigel Dodds, the DUP's leader in Westminster, has lost a seat. In fact, it's been a bad night overall for the DUP. They've practically been kicked out of Belfast. They did have 3 seats there. They've now only got 1, so as well as him losing his seat to Sinn Féin, the SDLP have picked up a seat. Claire Hanna's won a seat in South Belfast. Interestingly, the SDLP have gone from no seats at all to 2. They've had a very good night. But overall, the big news is that there are now more nationalist stroke Republican MPs representing Northern Ireland. Sinn Féin, of course, won't come and take their seats, but voters in Northern Ireland have chosen more nationalists and Republicans than unionists to represent them. And I think that is partly because of Brexit. The DUP were fighting a very difficult battle, having been heavily involved in propping up Theresa May and supporting her Brexit deal, but representing a part of the country that voted to remain. And I think they tried to get away. They tried to distance themselves from Boris Johnson's deal, which is even more unpopular in Northern Ireland than Theresa May's was, but they were still taking a bit of flack for it.
And what about the future of potentially getting the Northern Ireland Assembly back up and running?
Starts on Monday. So the Secretary of State, the current Secretary of State, Julian Smith, has said that he will convene all-party talks on Monday to try and get the Assembly up and running again. If it hasn't got it back up and running by the middle of January, he will call another Assembly election. It will be interesting to see whether Sinn Féin's not bad showing here gives them a bit more confidence to go back into government in Stormont. And goodness me, people in Northern Ireland want to see Stormont back up and running because, amongst other things, the health service there is really, really struggling.
Yeah, so a fascinating picture emerging there overnight. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen, both for the moment for that. We're going to take a very quick break now. When we come back, we'll be joining Ranveer for more reaction from Where It Matters, just outside Parliament. And we'll be taking stock in a Christmas market with what voters make of the election result. Up in Telford, those stories and more in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back to ITV's coverage of the general election result and a reminder of the main events so far. Boris Johnson is back in Downing Street with the biggest Tory majority since Margaret Thatcher. With one result still yet to declare, the Conservatives look to have a majority of 78. The Prime Minister told a rally earlier this morning it meant he had smashed the roadblock.
We will get Brexit done on time by the 31st of January. No ifs, no buts, no maybes. Leaving the European Union as one United Kingdom.
Labour recorded their worst result since 1935 with just 203 MPs returned. Jeremy Corbyn has said this will be the last election he will lead the party into.
Discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection on this result and on the policies that the party will take going forward.
Jo Swinson has already stepped down as Lib Dem leader after losing her seat in East Dunbartonshire. It capped off a very disappointing night for the party, who failed to make the gains they had hoped for. The other big winners of the night, though, were the SNP in Scotland, who made big gains, boosting the party's hopes for another independence referendum. Well, the national result was, as ever, decided by what happened in the marginal seats like Telford in Shropshire. In 2017, it was held by the Conservatives with a majority of 720. Lucy Allen was the MP, and today she has won with a much bigger majority. Let's have a look at what happened there, see how the vote moved. Lucy Allen won with more than 25,000 votes. Labour were away behind, with the Lib Dems even further. And Geraint Vincent's in Telford in the Christmas market there with some voters. Geraint.
Yeah, Julian, one of the reasons we came to Telford was because it was so close last time. Just a few hundred votes separated the Conservatives and Labour in 2017. Well, not anymore. The Conservatives now have a majority of over 10,000 votes. And I'm here with some voters to try and get to the bottom of why that happened. Anthony, you were a Labour voter, weren't you?
Yes, previously I was, yeah.
But not anymore. Tell me why.
Just disillusioned with them, really. Obviously, the Brexit situation, we wanted to get it done, and there wasn't really much choice out there. And I just feel the working class have been basically let down by Labour, who would have voted for previously. I think in general, I think there's lots of other issues within, especially locally. And I think that they are a lot of families have been ignored regarding systematic abuse of children.
Well, and what about Mr Corbyn?
Mr Corbyn, well, I think it's become quite toxic, the Labour Party, I think, with a lot of the front bench. And I think that it's actually possibly more to do with him, why they've turned their backs on him, because a lot of people who are very much old Labour don't want to vote for someone like Jeremy Corbyn. So I think that's played a major factor. So.
OK, Danielle, tell me about how you arrived at the way you voted, because you were undecided right to the last moment, weren't you?
I was, yes. I mean, years ago I voted Conservative until it's affected us personally regarding the NHS.
OK, because that was a big issue here, wasn't it, with the closure or the proposed closure of the A&E departments.
Very much so.
At the hospital. You've got a sick daughter, haven't you?
Yeah.
So
yes.
How did you end up voting?
OK, so right up until I didn't even have a clue until I went in there, and I made the decision there and then, and it wasn't Conservative, because of this reason. You know, they've cut all funding, and it is affecting people, us as a family, to begin with, you know, it's...
So it was Labour for you in the end?
Only because I didn't want to vote Conservatives because of the cuts within the NHS.
But you weren't convinced by Boris Johnson's promises of, I think, 40 more hospitals, wasn't it?
No, not at all. No.
Danielle, you're an endangered species, aren't you, because you voted Lib Dem?
I did vote Lib Dem, yes. First I wanted to stop Brexit. I am only 18. It was my first time ever voting, so I didn't get a chance to vote in 2016 referendum. And if I had, I would have voted Remain. And I implored all my family to do the same for me. But I wanted someone local who would work for me. The Conservative MP, he came 624th out of 650 MPs in a ranking on how your MP works for your constituency. And for me, that just isn't good enough. If he's not coming to the constituency, at least, you know, a couple of times a month.
OK.
It's not good enough.
And Mark, Europe was a key factor in where you casted your vote as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been campaigning for a referendum to stand up for democracy. So I voted tactically. I'm in Shrewsbury, so I voted for the Labour Party. And we hear, of course, from Johnson this morning that he's got a mandate to take us out of the EU. I think he's clearly got a strong mandate from the people. In a beauty contest between him and Corbyn, it's clear who won. But in fact, there was a majority yesterday in the vote for People's Vote parties. So it depends on how you interpret.
It depends on how you interpret
his
it.
mandate. He's clearly got a mandate for his promise of Brexit. Unfortunately, it's a false promise which he won't be able to deliver. So we're in a mess.
Well, there's others who would argue that his message of getting Brexit done did win the day. But thank you, one and all, very much for joining us. Julie, it's back to you from Telford, a town where the political landscape has completely changed.
As have so many other places indeed. Aaron, thank you for that. And not surprisingly, there is plenty of soul-searching going on in the Labour Party this morning. So we are grateful to be joined by Labour's Dan Carden, the Shadow International Development Secretary. Very good morning to you. Just how big a disaster is this, do you think?
Good morning, Julie. Well, I'm really disappointed by the result. I was hopeful for a Labour government that I believed would bring the country together. In Liverpool, where I represent, we had a great result for Labour, but across the country, especially in our working class heartlands, in communities that have been deindustrialised over decades, we've lost the confidence of those communities. And obviously that now requires the Labour Party to look and reconnect to see how we move forward from here.
And that inevitably, of course, means a new leader. How much of this blame should rest on Jeremy Corbyn's shoulders, in your view?
Well, I think one thing to remember is that every Labour MP who has lost their seat today also won their seat in 2017 under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. And so you don't need to be a scientist to see there's another variable factor in all of this. And for me, that's Brexit. I think the party has moved its position over the last couple of months and years since 2017 to a position where many lifelong Labour voters felt that they were not being listened to after they'd cast their vote back in 2016. Now, it's a problem because the country is divided.
Leadership,
so
surely,
there's
too.
no
we were just
easy
hearing from a
answer to
voter in
this,
Telford
but the
who just
country is
looked at the
divided.
shadow front bench and felt that it was toxic.
Well, I don't know about that, but Jeremy Corbyn is certainly one of the most attacked and smeared leaders of a political party that we've ever had in this country. I travelled lots of marginal seats during the election campaign, and yes, when Jeremy Corbyn's name came up, and I spoke to people about Jeremy, they didn't know why they didn't like him, or they didn't know why they didn't want to vote for him. But of course, that kind of attack and smearing that has taken place for 4 years now has an impact.
But people will look at incidences during the campaign, for example, when he just found it at one point seemingly impossible to apologise for anti-Semitism in the party. And that's just one moment within this campaign. Others would cite other moments too. Surely you have to look at this now very carefully and think about which leader we go for next, because it can't sustain another leader like this.
Well, the party will make that decision. I mean, I think what Jeremy has done for the Labour Party is transform it into a political party that challenged the economic status quo, which was austerity and cuts, into turning us to a political party that has won the argument on investment and funding our public services. And if you look at what Boris Johnson did in this campaign, he was trying to mimic Labour policies on investing in police, in the NHS, and he even stopped his commitment to give further tax cuts to the rich. So on Labour's agenda, on the economy, on public services, I think we have a strong message. But what's clear is that Brexit has driven a coach and horses through this election, and that's where I think the party needs to look now.
OK, and who would be your preferred candidate as leader?
I'll be focused on the policies, on the Labour offer to people. I've supported Jeremy, I've been proud to support him. Let's see how long this process takes, but the worst thing is we could have a sort of 5-year Tory term, and so I think the party now has to take its time to reflect on where it goes from here.
Dan Carden, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we can talk a little further now to Carl and indeed Colin. I mean, I suppose they can't really, if they want to put a challenge onto the sort of Brexit Boris Johnson wants to pursue, Labour can't afford to hang around in choosing a new leader.
Well, the initial part of Brexit will happen, I think, before they've probably got a new leader. I mean, it'll be at the end of January. So the question is whether they can get a new leader in who can properly challenge what the government wants to do before the end of 2020. You would imagine on that timetable they can probably do it, but we don't really know which way Boris Johnson's going to go on that New Deal and just how far away from what Labour wants it will end up being. He's certainly got the support to get just about any deal he wants to get through Parliament. That bit won't be too much of a problem for him. And actually, I think the EU will be quite pleased with this result because it means that the government they are negotiating with will be able to make whatever is agreed stick instead of what they've had over the last few years where they haven't known whether they get an agreement that gets through Parliament or not.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? There is at least, I suppose, a moment of clarity from their perspective. Colin, just talk us through this issue of leadership in this election. I mean, whenever you spoke to Jeremy Corbyn or whoever spoke to him said, I don't want this to be about me, this is about policy, this is about the party. And of course, you know, Boris Johnson, pretty reticent to engage with certain parts of the media. In the end, a lot of this was down to leadership and character, wasn't it?
A lot of leadership, character and trust. And I think it was almost slightly, in personality terms, almost rather none of the above election. And people sort of putting a peg on their nose almost before who they decided to vote for. But certainly Corbyn is the most unpopular leader of the opposition that there has been since polling began. But even the Prime Minister had negative ratings to show how the public is looking at leaders now. But for the Labour Party, this rather reminds me of the 1983 election, the last time they did really badly when Michael Foot was the leader, and they had a similarly left-wing manifesto. And then there was a group of people in the party from the centre who were sufficiently powerful and said, right, enough is enough. And from that, you began to get the Kinnock, which led through to the Blair and Brown era. And it's hard now to identify in the Labour Party people like that who can pull the party into the direction where the voters are, which is in the centre, rather than where all their activists from Momentum are, which is on the left. And the Labour Party fighting from the left struggles to get sufficient votes to form a government. As you see now, they're 130 votes shy of having a majority, something like that. That's an extraordinary number of seats to make up.
One thing that is different between this election and the last one, I mean, Dan Carden there was saying it was all about Brexit. Actually, if I can mention her name, Theresa May, one of the reasons Jeremy Corbyn did so well at the last election was because she fought such a terribly bad campaign. So he surprised us last time by doing well, and then we were all a bit surprised when he did quite so badly this time. And this time he was up against a much more effective leader in Boris Johnson.
And Brexit wasn't quite the issue last time because it seemed like all the parties had the same idea. Article 50 had been passed and they all said, right, we're going ahead even if we don't like it.
It was much clearer
this
time.
Yeah, much clearer.
Fascinating. Thanks very much for the moment, gentlemen. Time now for another quick break. And very shortly, I'll be speaking to Nigel Farage about what he made of the result and what next for the Brexit Party. All that and more just in a few moments. Welcome back. We're going to head straight over to Downing Street to speak to our correspondent there, Daniel Hewitt, who's got some news about some imminent movements there, Daniel.
That's right, Julie. We've learned from Number 10 in the last few minutes that Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, will be leaving here this morning to go and see the Queen, where she will formally invite him to form a government. He'll be leaving here in the next hour and a half or so, leaving Downing Street to go to the palace in that great British tradition to see the Queen and ask if he can form a government. Of course, he went there on July the 24th early this year to ask her to form a government once Theresa May had left Downing Street. He went there with a much smaller majority. In fact, it was a minority government by the time this election was called. He goes there today with a very different situation. He goes with a majority of 78. So he will leave there at some point this morning. We then understand he will return here once he's seen the Queen. He won't be making any formal statement on the steps here. He'll be going inside Number 10, where he will receive the traditional clap from all the staff, welcoming him formally into Downing Street. And we then expect Boris Johnson later this afternoon to give a more comprehensive statement about his plans for his government. Not confirmed yet whether that will be here on the street in Downing Street or inside. I think that's probably dependent on the London weather here today. But yeah, news in the last few minutes. Boris Johnson will this morning be going to see the Queen.
OK, Daniel, for the moment, we'll be back to you shortly when we see some movement there. Thank you for that. We can talk now to a panel of guests to talk about all things Conservative. Sonia Purnell is a journalist and author who, amongst other things, has written a biography of Boris Johnson, knows Mr Johnson of old from when they worked together as journalists based in Brussels. Not always a fan of him as a politician. Salma Shah has the inside track on the Tory government from her time as a special advisor to former Home Secretary Sajid Javid. Before that, she worked in the DCMS and Ministry of Housing. And it says in this briefing here, you like nothing more than a Conservative Party fundraising raffle. You might not have to do quite as many of them, given what we saw overnight. And Will Walden worked with Boris Johnson for many years. He was his communications director when Mr Johnson was Mayor of London, and went with him to the Foreign Office too. Great to see you all this morning. I suppose we should just, for a moment, sit back and take in what we've just witnessed overnight. Sonia.
I mean, it is an amazing victory and historic victory for Boris Johnson. You can't take that away from him. It's more, how did he get there? I mean, how did this victory happen? But even more important than that is, where are we going now? I mean, the fact is that the manifesto was very thin. We don't know what his real ideas are. He's now broken down this red wall. He's got all these northern voters voting Tory for the first time. Will they be disappointed? Can he actually match their expectations, which must be pretty high by now? The fact is, we've got a sort of financial crunch coming. We're in a kind of shallow quasi-recession now. Brexit, we know by the government's own advisers, is going to contract the economy further. So how's he going to pay for all this investment? Is it going to be by raising taxes? Almost certainly, or by borrowing us all into oblivion. That could happen too.
Well, that goes to some of the promises that we saw in that manifesto, which we can talk about a little later. Just as a sort of snap reaction to what you saw overnight, Salma, and then Will.
Well, absolutely amazing. Totally unbelievable. I found it a shock. I'm pretty sure that Will found it a shock, and most of CCHQ found it a shock. But, you know, obviously we need to see what's going to come next. But for the moment, I think we can enjoy the fact that there's a majority government and some kind of stability.
And Will, I suppose those who worked with him at close quarters in his previous incarnations, there were always questions about whether in the end he could quite step up to the mark, not least after his time in the Foreign Office. What do you make of the way this has played out?
I think it is seismic. This is a guy who pretty much less than 12 months ago was written off by absolutely everybody, including most of his colleagues. I think what he has achieved through a combination of, let's be honest, a little bit of luck in having a very, very weak opponent, but in some very, very strategic and direct messaging at a time when the country is fed up with Brexit. So get Brexit done, let's move on. And the idea that he can convert voters who historically have voted Labour for many, many years on the basis that he had nothing to do with the previous Tory government and nothing to do with austerity, that insurgency, is pretty impressive from a campaign perspective.
Let's go back to that point that you raised, Sonia, about how he now delivers, because it's not just a matter of delivering on Brexit. I mean, we know January the 31st now looks as though that's going to be the date then that we leave. It's delivering on getting a deal in this unbelievably short timetable, but also serving those people who've lent him their votes, as he said very specifically last night. Salma, how do you think he's going to respond to that?
What's interesting about what's going to happen with Brexit now is that he has cast himself as a much bigger international figure. And this is true of anybody who comes back with what is effectively an amazing victory. So I think that going forward and getting a new deal, the European Commission and European member states leaders are going to have a different dynamic with him than certainly they did with Theresa May. So I think that is a plus in his favour that can create a smoother outcome than what otherwise expected.
And we're just keeping quite a close eye on Downing Street. You'll forgive me for sort of flitting about a bit, but there is a big pressure on him now. There will be from these new Tory MPs coming in who've been elected really on those issues off the back of Brexit about public services. He's going to be under real pressure to deliver.
Yeah, there's a couple of points. Last night, we were probably heading to the idea of a very rigid break from the EU. I think what this majority gives Boris Johnson is the chance to cast Brexit and his hopes and aspirations and vision for the country in his own mould. He now is no longer reliant on Brexiteers for votes. He can shape Brexit as he wants to. But, you know, Salma and Sonia are absolutely right. He has a massive task ahead. The idea of the sort of reform programme and the spending commitments that he's made in terms of, you know, education and empowerment from education, infrastructure investment across the United Kingdom are not the sort of things that happen in a one-term government. And he's got to make a discernible change to people's lives in order for them to vote for him again in 5 years' time.
Sonia, just come to you. I mean, I know that very famously he didn't just want to be Prime Minister, he wanted to be world king. I mean, is this the limit for Boris Johnson, what we've witnessed overnight?
I mean, he's got this most amazing landslide majority, absolutely true. But we are still a small power compared to the might of the combined EU. When it comes to these dreaded trade negotiations which start in March or whenever it is, the fact is that we are still up against a much bigger power than we are. We are most likely, particularly now we've imposed on ourselves this very tight deadline, to have to take what they give us.
OK, so thank you very much indeed, all of you. We do need to go back over to Westminster now. Ranvir's there with some guests. Thank you very much indeed for all you for the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie. Well, you come to a very cold Abingdon Green here in Westminster, and I'm joined by Tobias Ellwood, who has retained your Conservative seat in Bournemouth East, and also by the Labour Lord Peter Hain. I mean, a terrible morning for you. Have you ever seen anything like this for Labour?
No. I saw 1983 and that was pretty bad, but this is awful. Our worst result since 1935, and the only thing that should surprise us is that the Labour leadership seems surprised by it. I could feel it on the doorstep. Yeah. Our leadership was not credible. Our manifesto contained lots of good stuff but didn't hang together. People didn't believe it. And the tragedy is we betrayed our Labour voters, and it's not good enough for the Labour leadership to say it was all about Brexit. We won in seats that I campaigned in, like Battersea and Putney, which will remain seats, remain Labour candidates on all of their leaflets. But we also lost in Labour heartlands, as we know. And in the process, we've damaged our party, and it's going to be very, very difficult to get back from this unless we learn the lessons. And it doesn't mean going for some wishy-washy right-wing centrist programme. We can have a radical programme, but we need a credible leadership, and the programme needs to add up, which people didn't think it did.
Tobias, did Boris Johnson win this, or did Labour lose this, in a sense? Had there been a more credible, as you say, opposition, would this have been a different result this morning?
Well, you can look at both sides. I think there was this model of socialism, which I think Britain is just not ready for or doesn't want. I think the spending plans also, borrowing so much money, that again is not something that the British people wanted to see. And ultimately, there wasn't a clarity on where he wanted to go on Brexit. I'm just delighted that we have a majority. I was fed up in coming to work every day, not being able to get business through. We now have a majority, and I was really pleased that the Prime Minister showed some stoicism, but some humility in recognising that in gaining seats such as Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old stomping ground, or Bolsover, you know, Dennis Skinner's seat, that they have loaned us their trust, their support. And we need to rise to that.
Now, isn't it? That's the issue, isn't it? There are many Labour
challenge.
Voters who have put their trust in Boris Johnson for the first time.
And the dishonesty of Boris Johnson's slogan to get Brexit done. Brexit is not going to be done. It's going to take years.
Leave on January the 31st.
People said we will get the deal.
We will.
When Boris Johnson went to Brussels.
This thing is going to take years and years and years to do.
But do you think, in a way, that this is a sign that the public are just ready to put this to rest and just to leave it to the civil servants and let the trade deal tick on in the background, in a sense?
I'm afraid it's been the gridlock, it's the impasse. I just said that we couldn't get business through. It's also the fact that businesses want clarity. They want sense of purpose and
the
direction.
Space,
They've
Bradley?
got that now.
Watch the space. This is going to be really difficult because we've essentially been promised by Boris that we can have all the benefits that we had in the European Union, but none of the obligations, and that is not true.
Where is Labour going to go from here, then? I mean, do they go towards Keir Starmer and Emily Thornberry as the next leader? Do they go to Rebecca Long-Bailey? They've lost Laura Pidcock, who was, you know, being touted
Well,
as
if we're
somebody...
talking about women candidates, and I think there's a desire in the party to have a woman candidate, there are lots of good women candidates. Lisa Nandy, Jess Phillips, Angela Rayner, Rebecca Long-Bailey, talented women.
You're not talking about Emily Thornberry there, the Shadow Foreign
And Emily
Secretary,
Thornberry,
do you
by the way,
think?
sorry,
Yeah.
and Emily Thornberry. I think they're all contenders for this. But we need to choose somebody who's going to take the party forward in a way that chimes with the country, and we did not do this
And
last
Tobias
night.
Ellwood, has the fact that now the party has broken through that red wall in the north, they've got different voters now than they did before. Does that change the way Boris Johnson runs his party and the kind of policies you have now? You have to think about different people that, in a way, you didn't need to appeal to before.
This is why he keeps saying that phrase, one nation Conservatives. We need to have that broad appeal. We need to continue to earn that support and that respect, that trust that's been given to us. It's on loan. So we're going to have members of Parliament representing Redcar, places like that, Sedgefield and others. They want to know that they are represented here so we can continue governing for the entire nation.
OK, thank you, both of you. Huge questions, of course, Julie, about what will happen to the union with Scotland and Northern Ireland too. So much more to discuss.
Indeed, Ranveer, thank you for that. We can speak now to our royal editor, Chris Shipp, who's on standby outside the palace. And we believe we'll be seeing Boris Johnson heading your way very shortly, Chris. Just talk us through what the form is.
Around about 11 o'clock, we think, although there's a number of tourists that have gathered behind me, as you can probably see, around the Queen Victoria monument there. They're here principally to see changing the guard, which happens at around about 11 o'clock every day. They might get 2 for 1 today because they'll get a fairly recently re-elected Prime Minister sweeping in and out of the gates in front of Buckingham Palace. You might recall, Julie, that when the Prime Minister came here back in July and became the Queen's 14th Prime Minister since she took the throne in 1952, there was a little demonstration which halted his motorcade on the Mall here just before he went to see the Queen. We're keeping our eye out for something similar like that today, but it doesn't appear to be. It seems very calm here at the moment. And the Queen is in residence. The flag, as you can probably see up there, is flying, and she is awaiting to see her Prime Minister. We won't call him a new Prime Minister because he's been around since July, but she's waiting to see him and to invite him to form a government on her behalf.
OK, Chris, we'll be back with you very shortly. We can see on the other side of our screen there the shot, aerial shot in Downing Street. We can see the car lining up ready to take the Prime Minister, and Daniel Hewitt is watching everything for us. So we anticipate seeing the Prime Minister any moment.
We are. And as you say, the car's here. That's all I can say other than that, really. The car's here. And there's another car...
That was brutally honest, Daniel.
And there's another car behind it. And that car, as Chris said, will head to the palace. It's only a very short journey. There's lots of journalists here. And if I could show you at some point today, it is rows and rows and rows of photographers and journalists from all over the world. And right now, they're all fixed on that car, which, as Chris said, will head to the palace. It's a very short journey from here to Buckingham Palace for that formal meeting with the Queen, where she will invite him to form a government. A very proud moment for Boris Johnson. Clearly, as we said before, not the first time he's formally asked to form a government. Did it back in July, but today will be a much better day for him when he's got a majority of 78 rather than inherited Theresa May's minority government. So he'll be heading out this black door any minute now. His security team are surrounding that door, and we expect Boris Johnson to step inside that car in the next few minutes and head to the palace. I know for a fact he'll sit in the back seat. If that's any more information for you, Julie. I can't tell you whether he wears his seatbelt or not.
I think we might just give you a breather there, Dan, if that's all right. We'll stay on the shot, and you can just check for us because you've got the perfect viewpoint. Just whilst we're looking at that famous door, alongside me here, our political correspondent Carl Dillon and, of course, Colin Rallings. I suppose on that journey to Buckingham Palace, even for this man who's always had this very extraordinary ambition to get to this position in life and potentially beyond in his own mind, I've no idea. But what will weigh on him heavily is what he now needs to tick off, literally in the next 7 days, and before some of us get a Christmas break, what happens in January?
That's right. Well, on Monday, for a start, he's got to start rebuilding his cabinet. Not a big reshuffle, but a minor one, because Nicky Morgan, who is the Culture Secretary, isn't an MP. She didn't contest this election, so he's got to find somebody new to take that slot. Then on Tuesday and Wednesday, all the new MPs will start coming back. They'll all be sworn in. And on Thursday next week, the Queen has to read out her speech, which will be written for her by the Prime Minister. It will be his programme for government. It will be a much more slimmed down Queen's speech than we're used to seeing, with all the horses and the carriages and the crowns and things like that. But nevertheless, he's got to give her a speech to read. So I imagine that's something that's on his mind.
And Colin, just to reflect on the extraordinary political turbulence that we've lived through these last 4 years, it is extraordinary. We go all the way back to the Scottish independence referendum too, I suppose, 2014. It's just been endless, hasn't it? I suppose with a majority like this, is there a chance now that things settle for a while?
Yes, although, of course, one of the clear things in what everyone said was a very short and to-the-point Conservative manifesto is to get rid of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act, because that's worked well, hasn't it? They put it in place. We had one set of 5 years, and then we had election after 2, and another election after 2. So you couldn't stop Parliament having an election if they wanted one. Now they're going to abolish it. So that means, yes, it could go for another 4 or 5 years, but if Boris Johnson has trouble 2 years down the line, if something comes up, he can call an election in the way that Prime Ministers have done for 100 or more years without that constraint over him. So we would have had a different autumn if we hadn't had the Fixed-Term Parliament Act.
I think we'll all thank him for that as well, because if the Fixed-Term Parliament Act were to last, the next election, I think, would be in December 2024. We don't really want another December election,
actually not. I don't want to be too nerdy with you, Carl, but that's one of the things they thought about. It would actually have been in May 2024, because it's a December election. If it had hung over to January, then it would have been 5 years, January 2025. Don't ask me the detail of it, but that's the truth. So
well, we've got Colin here.
And we would have had that nice feeling that we didn't have this morning of leaving the studio after being all night on the election programme to a nice sunny dawn, as opposed to dark and drear London as it was at 6.
How did it affect turnout, Colin? Just take us through that.
Funny, people have hardly talked about turnout, haven't they? I assumed that the parties would be all over the electorate like a rash to get them signed up for postal votes against the possibility of very bad weather. That didn't really seem to happen, and it looks as if turnout was about 2 percentage points down on the 2017 election that Theresa May held 2.5 years ago, when the turnout was perfectly respectable, 69%. These days, it looks as if it will be about 67, which is the same as it was in 2015. So people were largely engaged. There were some people who were very engaged on both sides of the Leave Remain argument in particular, with some high turnouts in some places. So, yeah, the time of year, the weather didn't seem to affect it very much at all.
I think historically, winter elections don't do badly for turnout because they tend to happen at big moments of sort of national upheaval, national crisis. So often winter election turnouts haven't been as bad as you might expect.
Yes, I mean, it turned out, again, the 2001 election, which was a real foregone conclusion, the end of Blair's first term with his 170 majority and all the rest of it. People knew who was going to win before the election was even called, and turnout was really poor. And the turnout yesterday in that situation, we'd be talking in the 50s again, I think, but it wasn't like that. About 67%. That's good enough for the current era.
I suppose also it's worth remembering that as Boris Johnson prepares to go to see the monarch, that it's not been the smoothest of rides over the autumn after the proroguing of Parliament, isn't it? I mean, oh, to be a fly on the wall for this one.
For his relationship with her, yes, which was, I mean, yes, the prorogation of Parliament was ruled illegal by the Supreme Court, and he has a funny relationship with her, I think. Now, I mean, these things don't have to be done. I think you were saying earlier, Colin, that he doesn't have to go and see her because he's been re-elected.
This is a fairly modern development, precisely designed so people let you cover it. Okay. With nice pictures.
Well, look, there's a lovely picture of Downing Street door. We'll keep a very close eye on that. But I think we are now going to speak to, whilst we wait for activity in Downing Street, to speak to Lord Blunkett, David Blunkett, who joins us from his home in Sheffield. Lord Blunkett, a very good morning to you. Disastrous night for Labour. You warned so vociferously just a few weeks ago in this campaign about the dangers, as you perceived it of Jeremy Corbyn. What are your thoughts this morning?
Well, of course, I'm extraordinarily sad. I mean, this is a seismic defeat, and a lot of good people have gone in the tsunami, really, that's hit the Labour Party, particularly across the North and the Midlands. My feeling is very clear that there are no excuses. This was highly predictable. In fact, in 2017, we started to lose substantial votes from the unskilled and semi-skilled workers that left us again yesterday. And there's just two simple things that need to happen. Jeremy Corbyn needs to step down now, and the National Executive needs to start doing business with the Parliamentary Labour Party, the rump that's left of 203, and get a leader in place that can actually relate back to the very people we betrayed yesterday. Betrayed because, of course, if you can't do anything, it doesn't matter what you promised. It doesn't matter the great, wonderful, free for everything, free for all. If you can't do anything in Parliament, you can't deliver.
And what went through your mind when you heard that Sedgefield had gone, for example, Bolsover, places like this? I mean, resonating with you, and the government that you were part of must have felt great moments indeed of huge contemplation of where Labour's at.
What's frightening for me, Julia, is that it is reminiscent of the debacle in 2015 in Scotland for the Labour Party. Then seats equivalent to Sedgefield and to Bolsover went. And you see people like Dennis Skinner finishing his career with a really substantial defeat. And my heart goes out to him. I wish he'd retired, but he didn't. To Caroline Flint and to Anna Turley. Anna Turley used to be one of my special advisors who lost in Redcar. People who have done a fantastic job, who have lost not because of anything they did, but because of the way the leadership presumed that this great throw of the dice, this neo-Marxist view of the world would prevail, and that if you promised everybody everything, they'd fall for it. Well, of course, we have to take account of Brexit, and of course Brexit had a major impact, but you should take account of that. If you go out in bad weather, you wear a coat. If you're going to hit a storm, you prepare for it. And that's called basic politics. That's about doing politics well. And I'm afraid the people who have been running our party have not only been taken up with dogma, but they've not been able to do the politics. And my real worry now, apart from what's going to happen to the people we care about, which is paramount, is that the young people, the tens of thousands of young people who did join on the back of Jeremy Corbyn's leadership victory 4 years ago, will either become very bitter or so disillusioned that they'll jack in and they'll leave politics altogether. I think that would be a very, very sad outcome.
Who would be your preferred candidate if we're talking about a new leader of the Labour Party and trying to find one relatively quickly?
Well, I think we probably need an interim leader. We don't have a deputy leader because Tom Watson stepped down at the beginning of the campaign. So I would hope that someone with a bit of nous, a bit of experience, who has a history of being to the left, like Hilary Benn, might be prepared to come forward. But it will be down to the trade union movement, who could control the National Executive Committee. I served on it for 18 years, so I know how these things work. They will need to play a really important part, as they have done historically, in getting a grip, because their members have been let down. They've been prepared to go along with this cabal who thought they knew it all and they could overturn the lessons of history, and they couldn't. And here we are with just over 200 MPs, a worse situation than 1983. And I had predicted, as you generously suggested, that 1983 was the benchmark rather than 2017, and they wouldn't listen. And in the words of the song, I hope they'll listen now.
Lord Blunkett, very good to speak to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We're just going to return to Downing Street and still looking at the door, waiting for it to open. Apparently it is going to open very shortly. And in the meantime, we just reflect on it, the fact that it's over 3 years since the UK voted to leave the EU, and the man who triggered all of that was the Conservative Prime Minister at the time, David Cameron. A short time ago, this was the reaction he gave to the news of the Conservatives' win and the victory of his successor.
Well, first of all, big congratulations to Boris Johnson and all those Conservative candidates who work so hard. It's an extraordinary result, a powerful result. It marks the end of Corbyn and Corbynism, and that's a very good thing for the country. But more to the point, it gives us a very strong and decisive government and the opportunity to build the dynamic economy and the good public services that we need in Britain. And that's the most important thing of all, winning the trust of people that have put their trust in us, many of them for the first time. And Boris will have my full support as he does that.
David Cameron speaking a bit earlier. Keep a close eye on Downing Street, of course. Carl Dinnan, perhaps just reflect on that comment there from David Cameron. It just reminds you, that moment when he stood down on that sunny morning, and we've been through him and Theresa May and Boris Johnson, all the turbulence we've seen this autumn, and here we are at Christmas. It's been quite a time.
It's been a time of incredible churn, hasn't it? I was struck by something that David Cameron said just then. This is the end of Corbyn and Corbynism. It is certainly the end of Corbyn. I think whether or not it is the end of Corbynism remains to be seen, because the membership of the Labour Party, who will ultimately choose the next Labour leader, are still considerably to the left, I think, of where Labour voters seem to be at the moment, and certainly to the left of the parliamentary Labour Party still. So we'll see if this is the end of Corbynism, or whether it is somebody of the left, of that part of the left, that eventually takes over the Labour Party. It was interesting also to hear what David Blunkett just said about the unions.
Someone like Hilary Benn, indeed.
Yeah, he thinks it should be somebody like Hilary Benn. I'm not sure that the far left of the Labour Party would see Hilary Benn as a left-winger. But he also said that the unions would have a big role to play now. It'll be interesting to see what they do and to hear from them.
Yeah, so it's that, whether that leverage, how quickly that comes into play here, Colin, I suppose will be fascinating.
It is, and it's a problem I alluded to earlier, really, that now Labour has gone for one member, one vote, and the membership has risen really quite sharply, extraordinarily sharply, actually, over the last few years. Some of those people have left. They're disappointed with some of the sort of policies on climate change, for example, and indeed many hard Remainers thought the party should take a much tougher line on trying to stop Brexit. But there are still hundreds of thousands of them there, and they are, as Carl suggests, they are of the left, and they won't be easily shuffled aside, and they won't easily vote for someone who they see as much too embedded in the parliamentary wing of the party. They like this campaigning idea.
And just from what you both said and what we heard from Lord Blunkett there, you get a sense of the scale of the mountain they have to climb now.
Yes, although I would say, and I think Boris Johnson has already recognised this, that in this election there will be a lot of Labour voters who perhaps lent their votes to the Conservative Party because they would like to see Brexit finished, get it over and done with. Those are people who might well be tempted to go back to the Labour Party under a different leader, perhaps somebody who they feel is a bit more like them in their views, which is the one thing that Jeremy Corbyn in large parts of the country was not. Many people felt that he wasn't just quite the sort of person, culturally perhaps we could say even, that they are. And that's one of the reasons it was easier for Boris Johnson to pluck those votes away. Those votes can be won back by the Labour Party, but of course once you have abandoned a party that you've always voted for, as Colin will know, it's easier to go and, pick and mix, and you don't necessarily go back, to the same place and stick with it.
And Carl, there have only been 2 elections in modern times that have seen the kind of overturn that Labour would now need. 1945, after the Second World War, first election for 10 years, and of course Tony Blair's victory in 1997 after 18 years. Mrs Thatcher, Mrs Major, a very tired government then. Now we have a new Prime Minister, and he clearly wants to say, we're the same party, but you actually have a change of government, something that John Major managed to pull off in 1992, and Boris Johnson clearly will hope he can pull it off. He's a Conservative, but he's a new person, new policies. It's not like having the same government, he'll say.
There's a few flashbulbs going off in some hopeful anticipation there in Downing Street that somebody might open the door at some point. But whilst we're looking at it, also worth perhaps reflecting at this point too, Carl, when the Prime Minister heads to see the Queen, to return to that point about what happened in Scotland last night, because we know, given the insight we had from David Cameron actually after the 2014 independence referendum about the Queen's deep interest, clearly, in preserving the union.
That's right. And the SNP now will say that they have a mandate for another independence referendum. They'll be agitating for it, but Boris Johnson's been very clear, and it is in his gift. He's been very clear that he's not going to offer another independence referendum. So there is an almighty row looming between him and the SNP about that, which may well go on for the whole of the rest of this Parliament.
OK, thank you. Let's cross back to Downing Street, and Daniel Hewitt is sizing up the cars in Downing Street, looking at doors, I don't know, chatting to people. Daniel, what have you got for us?
Well, the car's still there, Julie. As you say, I heard you mention there, lots of flashbulbs going off. He's going to see the Queen any minute now. We were told 10 minutes ago it was imminent. Clearly, Boris Johnson's enjoying his time in number 10. And he's got a long time to enjoy. 5 years he'll be living in that famous house, that famous door right now. He'll be planning the next 5 years. Next week he'll have his first Queen's speech. It'll be a less ceremonial Queen's speech than we're used to, certainly less ceremonial than the one we had a few weeks ago. A Queen's speech that only lasted a couple of weeks before we had the general election. Of course, he'll go and see the Queen, and he'll go in a really bullish mood. He'll be in a fantastic mood. We saw that this morning at the rally he gave. He really was enjoying every second of this, and why shouldn't he? He has delivered the biggest majority for his party since Margaret Thatcher lived in Downing Street. He will go and see the Queen. As I say before, the last time he went and see the Queen back in July, it was in very different circumstances. In many ways, Boris Johnson began the campaign for his election the moment he went to see the Queen back in July and came back here. He was talking already then about more police officers on the streets, getting Brexit done, a phrase we've heard time and time again, haven't we? More money for hospitals, more money for education. And those four things really that he's been talking about ever since July and talked throughout the weeks of this general election campaign is what he'll now be focusing on doing for the next 5 years. As Carl and Professor Colin Ralling said, he doesn't actually have to do this. This is kind of part of the ceremony of election, and he'll enjoy doing it. And many prime ministers enjoy their weekly meeting with Her Majesty, and many often say that they take a lot of wisdom from her, a lot of advice from her. He'll go today, obviously, in fantastic mood to get that formal request to form a government, a majority of 78. As Carl said previously, he's the most powerful Prime Minister since Tony Blair. Whatever he wants to do in Parliament, he can do. And that's not something we've been able to say about a Prime Minister, especially a Conservative Prime Minister, for quite some time. John Major had a very small majority in the 90s. David Cameron had a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats. He then had a very small majority in 2015, which obviously he lost when he called the referendum and lost to Boris Johnson's Vote Leave campaign. He now has this big majority to work with, so he'll be talking to the Queen, no doubt. No real clue yet how long that conversation will be. What we do know is that once he leaves Buckingham Palace, he will return here to Downing Street. We don't expect him to make any kind of formal statement here until later this afternoon. He'll head in to Downing Street. I'm told by one Number 10 source that there's a kind of formal sort of clapping in process where the staff at Downing Street kind of gather around the door as Boris Johnson walks in, and they formally greet him as Prime Minister. Of course, he's been living there since July, so you'll know those staff pretty well, and they're expecting to give a kind of comprehensive statement to the people, it's called, in Downing Street later this afternoon.
Daniel, you can talk forever. It's extraordinary. Let's hold that thought. We'll be back to you shortly because Ranvir's got a guest just outside Parliament, and Theresa May's former Chief of Staff, I think, Ranvir.
Yeah, we've got Gavin Barwell. We can hear the helicopters here. Gavin Barwell, former Chief of Staff to Theresa May. You tell us what's happening behind that black door, behind the Number 10 door. What is the process at this point that Boris Johnson's going through?
So it's a simpler one on this occasion because you've got a Prime Minister being re-elected. All right, so first of all, obviously there's going to be a lot of celebrating going on. It's a fantastic result for him. Huge personal triumph, but I think the things they'll be thinking about, reshuffle. They're probably going to do, I suspect, a little mini reshuffle over the next couple of days to fill a couple of the gaps, and then maybe a bigger one once they've got the withdrawal agreement through at the end of January. They'll be thinking about parliamentary timing, so you've got state opening next Thursday. I suspect they might want to get the second reading of the withdrawal agreement bill done before Christmas, so they can demonstrate to the people that have just voted for them that they're getting on with delivering Brexit.
But right now, in a sense, those are the conversations that they'll be having. But right now, in terms of the preparation to go and see the Queen, and this, you know, it's a moment of real pomp and ceremony, right? I mean, what was it like when you were there and this was happening, and you could see it? What is the experience
so
like?
Obviously, my experience is the other way around, right?
Yeah.
So I wasn't there when Theresa became Prime Minister and got to go and see, but to become PM, I had the thing at the end, the harder thing.
Right.
She goes outside to give her final speech, and then she goes straight to the palace, and you as the political advisors, you've got 10 minutes to clear out before the new lot turn up. So that is a really difficult experience, although at least in our case we had a few weeks' notice. This is a happier occasion for them. As I said, there'll be a lot of celebration going on, and they'll be trying to think through the next few weeks, but the immediate thing, as you say, this is a sort of formal thing, going to see Her Majesty. It's not quite the same as when you've got a new Prime Minister.
And is there a form of words that here we go, Boris Johnson is leaving number 10.
Thank you very much, Ranveer. Here we go. Let's have a listen in. And there he goes. Wondered whether he might be travelling with his partner, Carrie Symonds, but on this occasion not. As Daniel rightly observed, in the back of the car, being driven the short ride from Downing Street, of course, up to Buckingham Palace to see the Queen. And after all this turbulence, Carl, this is a big moment in British political history.
By such a large margin means we are leaving, certainly at the end of January, I imagine, and then we'll have to renegotiate a whole new relationship, and that is the key change. But as we've reflected on before, there are also tensions in other parts of this country, with Scotland voting for the SNP, with Northern Ireland returning more nationalist MPs than it ever has done before. So there are storm clouds brewing, I think, for Boris Johnson beyond the point when he gets what he wants to do done and achieves some sort of resolution to the Brexit impasse.
And whatever a majority he's achieved, this significant majority, which few Conservatives would have dared dream of, presumably, this is still a deeply divided nation. This is still a country where tough arguments have been fought at family level, even community level, town level. It is a significant responsibility for a Prime Minister, and that's presumably something that also weighs on the Queen's mind also.
It is a very divided nation, divided right down the middle, in fact. Looking at the numbers, the proportions of votes, if this had been a referendum, if you look at the number of people who voted for Remain parties, they might have actually just edged it. Of course, it wasn't. It was a general election. It's fought on a very different system, and Boris Johnson has a mandate now to carry Brexit through. But he knows how divided the nation is, and he reflected that in his comments early this morning. He's talked a lot in recent days, I've noticed, about being a one-nation Conservative leader. That may mean something slightly different within the Conservative Party is going on than some of those more rightward-leaning members of his party who support Brexit might be expecting.
So we can see the Prime Minister's car making its way down Pall Mall there on late December morning. I'm wondering whether we might be able to speak to our royal editor, Chris Shipp, who was in position a little earlier. Can you hear us, Chris?
I'm here.
Chris,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's great. And what a shot that is, the Prime Minister's car going past some of the lifeguards there on the Mall. Just take us through what you can see and explain what's going to happen when the Prime Minister arrives, Chris.
So the Prime Minister is making that journey that he kind of makes every single week, really, for his weekly audience with the Queen. So this won't be anything new to him or to her, of course. Had there been a different result at the election, we'll be talking about something very different indeed. But I can just see the blue lights coming down the bottom of the Mall now with the police outriders. As I was telling you earlier, this was the point at which there was a protest back in July when the Prime Minister came to see the Queen for the very first time. They're going round the Queen Victoria Monument now. Changing of the guard has just happened, actually, Julie, so it looks like they're going to use what's called the North Centre Gate. Let me just see if I'm right on that one. There we go. It's going through the North Centre Gate. Changing the guard has just happened at the other gate. The central one, I think you can see in the shot there, is only used by the Sovereign. But he'll drive into the quad where he'll be met for his audience with the Queen. Normally he's met by the Queen's equerry and also the Queen's private secretary, Edward Young. From where I am, outside, I can't quite see that happening. But that's when he pulls in. I think you might have a picture of it on your screens at the moment.
Yes, I can see them now as they pull into that quadrangle to be welcomed very shortly into the palace to go to see Her Majesty the Queen. And let's just stay on this picture so we can get that glimpse of the Prime Minister as he makes his way up the stairs to see Her Majesty. And with that, the Prime Minister disappears into Buckingham Palace for that private meeting with the Queen. A great moment in British political history unfolding. We'll have the full details as the Prime Minister makes his way back to Downing Street and heading into all that lies ahead of him very shortly. Do stay with us. Welcome back to ITV's coverage of the general election result. A beautiful shot there of Buckingham Palace, I think you'll find that is, from our From a helicopter over the Queen Victoria Memorial there, Chris Ship on the ground, who'll take us through it when the Prime Minister emerges from that private meeting with Her Majesty the Queen. We'll just stay on those lovely pictures and give you a reminder of the main events so far. Boris Johnson is at Buckingham Palace after securing the Tory party's biggest majority since Margaret Thatcher, with one result still yet to declare. The Conservatives look to have a majority of 78. This was just a few moments ago when he arrived. Labour recorded their worst result since 1935, with just 203 MPs returned. Jeremy Corbyn has said this will be the last election he will lead the party into. Jo Swinson has already stepped down as Lib Dem leader after losing her seat in East Dunbartonshire. It capped off a very disappointing night for the party, who failed to make the gains they'd been hoping for. But the other big winners of the night were the SNP in Scotland, who made huge gains, boosting the party's hopes for another independence referendum. Let's go straight to Libby Wiener, who's outside Jeremy Corbyn's house, and we're expecting to hear from the Labour leader pretty soon, apparently, Libby.
Yes, well, we are expecting him to leave his house shortly. We haven't been told anything by the Labour Party, but a car has just pulled up outside and we do expect him to leave. He's not giving anything more than what we call a pool clip this morning. We've been told that is a very short interview that will be distributed to everyone. I understand that he is going to stick to what he said last night, that this is a period for reflection. I don't expect at the moment that he is going to actually resign today, but there is huge pressure on him to do so. You heard Lord Blunkett there earlier saying that he should resign immediately. And this is a crushing defeat for Labour, worse even than 1983. And back in 2015, of course, Ed Miliband resigned immediately. I think people would think it was very odd for Mr Corbyn to stay on to supervise a leadership contest. I think there will be pressure for there to be an interim leader to do just that.
OK, I know you'll keep your eye on that door for us, Libby. We'll be back with you as soon as there's any movement. We can cross, though, just for the moment, back to Ranveer at Westminster, who has some more guests for us. Ranveer.
Yes, thanks very much, Julie. I've got Kate Hoey, former Vauxhall MP for Labour, but also an arch Brexiteer. You could have predicted this, I suppose, in terms of Jeremy Corbyn's loss. Did you expect it to be this big?
I didn't expect the loss to be as big, but I did expect, having been up in the north of England and seen how disillusioned many of our Labour voters who voted Leave were about.
As were you,
yeah, absolutely. The whole thing was, the policy is responsible.
And is it the policy or is it the man who's lost this? Is it Jeremy Corbyn himself as a failure as a leader? Wishy-washy is what many say. Nobody could really figure out what he really believed in.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn has to take responsibility as leader of the party, but I do blame a lot of our Labour MPs who spent the last 2 or 3 years trying to stop Brexit, delay it, frustrate it, behave in Parliament, I think, in a very anti-democratic way. And now they have been punished, they have lost their seats, but they've taken with them some very good Labour MPs, like Caroline Flint, for example. I'm very, very sorry has lost her seat. And they have to accept responsibility, but ultimately the leader is responsible.
And he has said he's not quitting right now, but he won't see another general election for sure as leader. What does the party do now? I mean, there's got to be an enormous amount of soul-searching, except overnight there seemed to be no contrition, no humility. There was no humbleness, really, to say, I got it wrong. It was the media, it was voters, it was Brexit, it was everything else but him.
Yeah. Well, it's also not just him. I mean, I personally blame John McDonnell quite a lot for shifting the policy on the European Union. But also, I think we have lost the working class support because we have gone away from our values of what brought Labour together, and it's become a very London-centric party who seemingly don't care about what's happening in the north of England.
And in terms of the Labour Party membership, yes, you may not, whenever Jeremy Corbyn decides to step down, you may not have him, but in terms of the party membership, it is still very much more on the hard left than it was a few years ago. What will that mean for who takes over? Who will they want next?
Well, I think there's going to be a membership that is very much in the kind of the same as Jeremy Corbyn, and so that actually means that there will likely to be a new leader who is very much similar to Jeremy Corbyn in the views, but doesn't have the history and the legacy of some of the things that have come out about his history. But it's not going to be, this is going to take a long time to get the Labour Party back to a position where they can win.
And sidling up to you, quietly at the other side of the go, Lord Faulkner.
Hello.
Welcome.
Sorry I was sort of...
No, welcome to the programme. I mean, your view on the state of the Labour Party this morning. We've got pictures there of Boris Johnson he swept into Buckingham Palace to go and see the Queen, and yet on the other side we've got Jeremy Corbyn, a very sorry figure this morning.
It's an absolutely disastrous result for us overnight. We've not only lost all of the Labour, Tory marginals, but we've also begun to lose, and I say begin, we've lost a whole range of seats that have never been touched by the Tories in generations.
And of course the question is, how long have you lost them for? There will be another election in 5 years. What on earth can the Labour Party do in order to try and reclaim any of those, if ever again?
But the way that we would reclaim them would be to say that we have something to say about the reasons that led the seats in the Midlands and the seats in the North which voted Brexit and then have voted Tory this time round. And that means reviving those communities in an effective way because they want change.
It means listening to people, and we haven't listened to people. We've ignored them. We've almost told people who voted Leave, good, solid, decent Labour supporters, that they were racist, they were fascists and all of that. That has to change. But also I think whether we win those seats back or not will depend very much on whether those new Conservative MPs who represent those areas and will be seeing the issues and the problems, whether they can then feed back to Boris Johnson what needs to change in their policy. Okay. And so the Conservatives are actually got a very good chance of holding on if they change their policies.
And a question to both of you finally briefly. Has the Corbyn project failed? This idea of having this very socialist manifesto, spending billions and billions, £28 to every £1 that the Tories were going to spend. Is that over?
The manifesto did not cut through, partly because people thought it was just lots and lots of free stuff. But there's lots of stuff in that manifesto that we need to look at and make realistic.
OK. Lord Faulkner, Kate Hoey, thank you very much. I think we're going over to Chris Shipp.
I think we are. Ranvir, thank you. We're just sort of passing batons from Westminster back to our studio, back down to Chris Shipp. And usually these meetings are pretty brief, aren't they, Chris? We'll expect to see the Prime Minister very shortly.
Yeah, they don't take forever, Julie, and as we were saying earlier, they happen on a weekly basis in any case. But never say Buckingham Palace can't do two things at once. Changing the guard is going on as normal behind me. It looks like the Household Cavalry are handing over to the Royal Navy, which itself is a relatively recent development. The Royal Navy now take part in the guarding of that place behind me. But, I mean, look, the Queen and the Prime Minister have got a lot to talk about. They are the most private meetings, by the way. They never leak. You know, famously, Harold Wilson once said that the only meeting he ever had that didn't leak was the one he had with the Queen. So we never will find out what they talk about. But I'd imagine there is a lot to discuss, not least what happens to the United Kingdom, given what's happened overnight, both in Northern Ireland and in Scotland, where we now have a Conservative supporting, mostly Brexit supporting England versus a SNP supporting Scotland. Maybe that will come up in the conversation between the Prime Minister and the Queen. We shall never find out, but I think they do have a lot to discuss. And when that meeting's over, he'll make the short trip back up the Mall and back up to Downing Street.
And just in terms of the Queen's own timetable, Chris, at what point does she head off for her Christmas break? I mean, this is a really, for a very elderly monarch now, there's a lot of duties in just today in itself and next week too.
Yes, actually the election hasn't delayed her trip to Sandringham, where she always spends Christmas, as we know. You might recall back in the summer, she had to delay her summer holidays to Balmoral in order to receive her 14th Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, after the leadership election. But she will go to Sandringham for Christmas as normal. She stays there until about the 6th of February, which is the anniversary of her father's death in 1952. So that schedule hasn't changed. But what the Queen does have coming up, of course, is the Queen's Christmas broadcast. My understanding is it hasn't yet been recorded. It's normally recorded a week or two before Christmas. And there's a lot of speculation about all the things she's got to put in it this year, not just the political change, perhaps, that's happened in the country, but there's been a lot of, how do we put this, Julie, controversies in the royal family, particularly what's happened with her second son, Prince Andrew, over the past few weeks.
Indeed, Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. And whilst we're waiting for further developments from the Palace and Downing Street, we can speak now to Lord Ming Campbell, former leader of the Lib Dems, of course, and Lib Dem peer in the House of Lords. Thank you for joining us. A bleak day for the Lib Dems.
Well, not a good night. Absolutely right to say that. And indeed, Jo Swinson said this before she even discovered she'd lost her seat, that an opportunity had not been taken, but that we should immediately begin a review of the conduct of the campaign. And of course, that's given all the more salience by the fact that she herself is no longer a member of Parliament. A great pity, because young, full of enthusiasm, ambitious for the party, she will be a great loss.
But in the end, doesn't that review point very clearly back to that one policy of revoke? Wasn't that fundamentally the problem for the Liberal Democrats?
Well, it's important to put that in its proper context, because that policy came about as a result of an amendment made to a motion at the party conference. And the conference, I think, almost unanimously accepted the amendment. So none of us can escape responsibility for that decision. It appears not to have been particularly popular with the public, but the fact of the matter is that what the conference believed was that it was right to show that we were genuinely the party of Remain, and to reinforce that by having a policy that if we were either the government or in government with influence, then we would endeavour to have Article 50 revoked. You couldn't be more Remain than that.
No, but in the end, it simply looked anti-democratic to very many people.
Well, it was achieved in a very democratic way. There was a motion, there was a debate,
the message of
then
it.
there was a resolution. And that was passed by the party conference. And of course, it would ultimately have had to be put to the test of being part of a manifesto in a general election. Well, the public got their opportunity to determine the matter, and that's what we've just been discussing, the disappointing evening for us. But it's not all doom and gloom, you know. I mean, we finished within 1,000 votes and 5 or 6 seats where in other circumstances we might well have been successful. Our share of the national vote has gone up, and we've brought into the House of Commons some very bright young people. There's plenty to be positive about.
But wasn't there also a fundamental error in judging that there was space for a big footprint for a third party, a centrist third party? In the end, that simply never bore fruit, did it? Look at the people that left Labour, for example, to come over to the Lib Dems. Look what's happened to them.
Well, I'm very sorry for them. I'm very disappointed for them. But what we had, and for all we know, we may still have it, but we had the extremism of the arch Brexiteers in the Conservative Party, and we had the increasingly left-wing tendency of the Labour Party, threatening mass nationalisation, things of that kind. There was a space for a third party, and that space will appear again. Of that, there is no doubt. It will almost certainly appear when we see precisely what it is that Boris Johnson endeavours to do when it comes to negotiation with the European Union. I mean, Barnier, only a couple of days ago, said to achieve a trade deal by the end of 2020 was going to be impossible. Although there's one caveat we can enter to that. You can get an early trade deal, but you'll only get an early trade deal if you accept all of the proposals which the European Union wants to include in that trade deal. And of course, Boris Johnson will be completely unable to persuade the people on his side who have been so extreme in their anti-Europeanism that that's something they should do. There's quite a few conflicts to come down the path of that, there's no doubt.
But this, Mr. Ming, I mean, it's unavoidable, though. The central premise of everything that the Lib Dems said they were about, remaining in the EU, is finished now, isn't it? We are out on January the 31st. The central plank of what the Lib Dems were offering and say that they are all about is now gone.
Well, it's very disappointing to me because I began in the youth of my political interest. I was very strongly pro-European. I'm also, if I may say so, very strongly against independence. So from my point of view, then there's double distress here. But I'm going to continue to argue the fact that if we are going to leave, then we have to have the closest possible relationship, not least in matters of security and, of course, in political association. because when you have in the White House a president who's wholly unpredictable, you have a continuing meddling Putin, and you've got a China, an expansionist China, now using its economic weight for both political and military purposes, then the closer you are to an organization which shares the same values of ours about human rights, about the right of assembly, about freedom of expression, the stronger that relationship is, the better it will be for us.
How does the party rebuild, and who would you like to see as leader?
Well, we're used to living off scorched earth in the Liberal Party. It's happened on a number of occasions during my time as a member of the party, and indeed even my time as a member of Parliament. Well, Ed Davey is the deputy. He and Joe Swinson had a very close but constructive contest for the leadership. I would have thought that he would emerge as the favourite. He's already the acting leader because that's what the Constitution provides. And I would be surprised. Others may seek to put their hats in the ring, but I'd be very surprised if he wasn't elected unanimously.
Sir Min Campbell, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning, and we'll return to our shot above the Queen Victoria Memorial. Down amongst the crowds is Chris Shipp, our royal editor, awaiting a glimpse of the Prime Minister as he makes his way through the changing of the guard. It's quite a pile-up there this morning, really, isn't it, Chris, I suppose? But worth reflecting, too, that it's only a few days ago since the NATO leaders were all gathering at Buckingham Palace. Donald Trump was behind those walls, and there'll be very many waiting to see how that relationship now develops.
Yeah, it's a little bit like Waterloo Station at Buckingham Palace, actually, Julia, this morning. Changing the guards still going on. The Prime Minister's car is still waiting to collect him. But you're right, it's been a hive of activity in there recently. I mean, it was it just 2 weeks ago, the NATO summit in which some of the leaders were pictured laughing about Donald Trump. There's been a lot going on. The Queen's had a very busy schedule, it would be fair to say, over the past few weeks. And now she's meeting Boris Johnson, and asking him to form a new government, which is a responsibility that she takes very seriously. I think it's also right to say that the Queen and this particular Prime Minister have had an up and down relationship, shall we say, since he became Prime Minister in July. Not least because the Supreme Court found that he misled her over the whole prorogation of Parliament, owed to have been a fly in the room when they had their meeting after that ruling at the Supreme Court. But, he's now got himself a thumping majority. He will, by all intents and purposes, be her Prime Minister for the next 5 years. So that's a relationship that is going to endure for some time. Those weekly audiences between Prime Minister and Queen will continue.
Chris, for the moment, thank you. Alongside me, still in the studio, is Carl Dinnan, who's been charting the morning's events for us. We've been looking quite a lot of doors. I know Libby is stationed outside Jeremy Corbyn's front door. This is an extraordinary moment for this Prime Minister with this majority, but we should really just reflect on the wider landscape that we see around us now with absolute disaster for Labour. As we were hearing from Sir Min Campbell there, Lib Dem's got to find some way back from another scorched earth moment, as he described it.
Yeah, big changes for the Labour Party, big changes for Jeremy Corbyn. Of course, you talk about that front door. He absolutely hates having the media camped outside his front door. So if there's a silver lining for him, perhaps, it's that they'll no longer be there and will be bothering someone else. Who will that be? That's an interesting question to ponder on. Keir Starmer has been mentioned by some as a possible front-runner, but I think there is appetite in the Labour Party to have a female leader this time around, and people like Emily Thornberry have been mentioned. Rebecca Long-Bailey is possibly one of the favoured candidates from further to the left in the party. Angela Rayner, I think, is also a strong contender for the Labour Party. And she's someone who might sound a lot more like the sorts of voters that Labour will need to win back.
Because she has a remarkable backstory, doesn't she?
She has an amazing backstory from, she's come from humble, perhaps disadvantaged upbringing to be Shadow Education Secretary, and she's a really strong performer as well. And interestingly, a few days ago suggested that she might vote leave were there to be another referendum. So that's one to keep an eye on. I mean, for Labour, though, Brexit can't be over soon enough, because it's funny, a few years ago, it was tearing the Tory party apart. Now, Labour don't know which way to face on it. And to be honest, they could just do with the whole thing being out of the way so that they can focus on other matters. They tried to do that in this election. Didn't work.
And the Lib Dems, as Samin Campbell was saying there, they've dealt with scorched earth before. I mean, we saw it, didn't we, in the aftermath of the coalition. They had to try and sort of scramble back. But given, as we've seen, that their party leader has to have a seat, they don't have very many options, do they, at this stage?
No, the Lib Dems are in a pretty terrible place. As you were discussing with Lord Campbell, the central policy of their election campaign to revoke Article 50, to turn Brexit around altogether if they got into government, has been comprehensively thrown out by the electorate. It just wasn't wanted. It's an epic miscalculation on the part of the Lib Dems. And in some respects, they now have to go back and decide what they stand for. In fact, once Brexit is finished, not that it will ever be completely finished, but to the extent that it can be settled, a lot of the parties who have wanted to remain, and a lot of politicians who wanted to remain, will have to decide whether they actually now support going back into the EU or not, because the terms on which Britain might go back in, and the terms that might be offered, would not probably be as good as the terms on which we might remain. So there's certainly a lot of soul-searching that has to go on, particularly for the Lib Dems.
All this whilst there's these huge things about to happen to this country in the next 12 months, January the 31st being the first date after Christmas that all eyes will be focused on.
That's right. That's when Brexit, I think, almost certainly will happen. I can't see any way in which it won't. In fact, Guy Verhofstadt, who is the negotiator for the European Parliament and has been an ardent Remainer, has really wanted Britain to stay in, has been an opponent of Boris Johnson's. He has tweeted this morning saying, Brexit is happening. There's no doubt about it. So, yeah, that's going to happen. It will be a big change for this country. We might not notice a lot immediately at the beginning of February, because we'll go into that transition period that does now exist because there is a deal. But what happens in December? What sort of deal will we or will we not have with the European Union after that?
And whether he actually decides, and has to make a decision a lot earlier too, if he actually thinks, you know what, we might just have to extend whatever they've said in the manifesto.
That's
that
right.
decision has to come earlier, doesn't it? June.
Yeah, I mean, look, the easy bit of Brexit has taken 3 years. Boris Johnson now wants to do what's arguably the more difficult bit of Brexit in about 12 months. And halfway through that, he's got to decide whether it looks like it's going to happen or not. He will argue that we are leaving in full alignment. You know, at the moment, all our laws and regulations are the same as the EU's. Therefore, it should be easier to do that deal. The other side of that argument is that nobody has ever tried to do a deal, which means that you diverge and go separate ways in future. Is that easier to do, or is that more complicated to do?
And then what does it mean for a US trade deal too? There's some big questions, aren't there, looming in the next few months for the moment, thanks to that. Well, throughout the campaign and before it, of course, Boris Johnson said one of the reasons for getting Brexit done was so that the government and the country, for that matter, could turn its attention to other matters. So there is no doubt that what will be at the top of the to-do list in the Queen's speech, which is now due next Thursday, the 19th. There will be plans for MPs to vote on Mr Johnson's Brexit deal, of course, or to give it its formal title, the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? But the speech will include some of those other things that Mr Johnson wants to get on with too. For example, there is likely to be a bill to increase long-term spending in the NHS. There'll be plans to toughen sentences for serious terrorist offences and ending early release for those terrorists already in jail. And prisoners who withhold information about the location of victims' bodies will find it harder to get parole. A domestic abuse bill would emphasise that such abuse can be emotional, controlling or economic, as well as physical. Planned changes to the Human Rights Act will aim to protect British troops on military operations facing legal claims at a later date. And an environment bill would include plans to improve air and water quality. So MPs are going to be pretty busy in the new year. Lots to talk about there in a few moments, but some lovely shots from inside that courtyard, the forecourt of Buckingham Palace, as we wait for a glimpse of the Prime Minister's vehicle, which will skirt round, presumably to the left of that, to emerge from the gate at the front right of the palace as you look at it. Excuse me, I'm slightly losing my voice here. But life goes on at the palace. The tourists are there, perhaps not anticipating that shot of the Prime Minister's car sweeping in with his entourage. They will get a glimpse of Britain's new Prime Minister very shortly as he makes his way back up the Mall and back into Downing Street to get on with the job in hand. I mean, very many people, of course, after the marathon of this autumn would be thinking that perhaps now people could draw breath a little, but it was made very clear by Boris Johnson when he was speaking earlier this morning that there was work to do and that things had to start to move pretty quickly. So that then the shot at Buckingham Palace. Daniel Hewitt is standing by in Downing Street. And we got a little glimpse of it earlier, Daniel, but, you know, global interest in these moments of British political history and ranks of journalists from all over the place just behind you there.
Yes, there are, and they're awaiting the return of Boris Johnson here to Downing Street. And you talked there about the Queen's speech. The Queen will be giving next week and outlining his programme of government. We'll expect to hear a little flavour of some of those policies in a statement he'll give later. We expect that statement to be here in Downing Street later this afternoon. And he'll want to talk about the things he's talked about throughout this campaign, about more money for police, education, the NHS, getting Brexit done. But the big challenge for Boris Johnson, I think, in that speech, and we got a flavour of this, I think, this morning in the victory speech he gave, he's reaching out to those voters who haven't necessarily voted for him, because as he leaves one union, he has a big challenge of keeping another union, the union here, together. And this morning we heard him talk about winning over the trust of those Labour voters who've lent him their support. It'll be interesting to see in that statement this afternoon how much he attempts to address the issue he now has north of the border, with a Scotland dominated politically by the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon will call as soon as she possibly can here to accelerate the process of having a Indy Ref 2. We have the Scottish Parliament elections coming up soon. We saw Theresa May, when she became Prime Minister, give a statement on the steps of Downing Street in which he attempted to reach out to the whole of the nation. Boris Johnson's talked throughout this campaign about being a... No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sorry, Daniel, to interrupt your flow there. Just getting the shot from Buckingham Palace, we're expecting to see the new Prime Minister emerge from the door after that meeting with the Queen, which has perhaps gone on for maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. But what a task he has in hand as the footman awaits the sight of the Prime Minister before he's taken out through the crowds back up to Downing Street to get on with the matter in hand. Carl, these are great sort of punctuation points, aren't they, in our national life? The fact that we get this turbulence and craziness of an election night, and then it settles, doesn't it, like this? You have these moments where things go quiet and something goes on behind closed doors, and then we get another glimpse and things move on. But this is one of those great moments, isn't it? That trip for a new Prime Minister to Buckingham Palace.
That's right. This is
sort of uniquely isolated in a way.
Yes, it is the moment when you realise just what a strange and remarkable thing the British Constitution is, because you have this unelected monarch that the Prime Minister has to go and see, and she asks him to form a new government. He says, I think I can do it. She said, I think Boris Johnson certainly can do it this time. And she says, well, I'd like you to. So after this, we quite often see a new Prime Minister come back to Downing Street and give one of those speeches where they want to unite the nation and bring people together and set out their programme in their themes for their government in very conciliatory, unifying language. And Theresa May's speech was notable for that, and hung in the Downing Street waiting room. When you went in, you could see a copy of her speech talking about how she wanted to stand up for the people who'd been left behind, and she really struggled to do that. I think we'll see something like that from Boris Johnson later today as well. I think it'll be this afternoon before we get that speech. But interestingly, he has already indicated in his victory speech to Conservative activists this morning that he wants to be a unifying Prime Minister. Already then, in his moment of victory, he was talking about bringing the nation together. which will be difficult because the nation has been pulled in different directions by Brexit, between Leavers and Remainers, and now even more so nationalists in Scotland and Ireland.
And arguably, not just because of the tensions between Leave and Remain, but around the rhetoric of this election. I mean, it is quite hard, isn't it, to climb down from some of the language that we've seen used from all parties.
That's right. I mean, ever since the referendum in 2016, there has been this quite heightened level of occasionally vitriolic language. Boris Johnson himself has been criticised for it in Parliament, and I think he will want to perhaps try and dial that down a bit, and certainly today he will. I mean, he doesn't have to defend himself in front of angry backbenchers from the other side. It'll be much easier for him to stand in front of the doors. He'll say, you know, I've been to see the Queen. He'll look statesmanlike. It's a statesmanlike setting, and I imagine that's the tone that he will be attempting to strike. Another contrast between him and Theresa May.
I was just about to bring this in, and these moments, I mean, if she's watching these shots, it'd be fascinating to know if she were.
Well, you and I remember her standing in Downing Street and forgetting to mention the Conservative candidates who'd lost their seats in the election that she had so badly fought, really, that she had fluffed. Boris Johnson, again, one of the first things he said this morning was that he was sorry for the Conservatives who'd lost their seats, before going on to talk about the unifying themes that we'll hear again. So he knows the notes that he has to strike. I mean, Boris Johnson does know how to work a crowd, and he knows how to give a speech. He's very good at that. That's one of his strengths as a campaigner.
Well, he might be having quite a long chat with the Queen by how long we're waiting to see him emerge from there. But I suppose striking the right tone, not only striking the right tone, but adapting politics to these voters who've put him in office with this extraordinary majority. That is going to be one of the biggest tests of this. I mean, he said, I know we've mentioned it before this morning, but this moment where, and he alluded to this himself when he was speaking, he said he knows that people's hands would have quivered before they marked their cross in a box, and he wants to try to reassure them that you know, that trust was placed in the right spot.
You can tell he was a journalist once, can't you? Because he's got that great turn of phrase. And yes, he knows that many people will have thought long and hard before voting for him. Some will have voted for them effectively holding their noses. And he has promised them a lot. He's got to find 20,000 police officers. He's got to find 50,000 nurses. He's got to build 40 new hospitals, and not just probably refurbish a few cottage hospitals down in the West Country, which is what many people think some of these new hospitals will actually be. If he's going to release fewer prisoners, well, then he's going to have to find somewhere to put all the prisoners that are going to build up in the prison. There is going to be more spending under Boris Johnson than there has been under the Tory government thus far, for sure.
OK, for the moment, thanks, Carlo. We'll keep an eye on that shot from Buckingham Palace. But whilst we're looking at it, we can speak to the Chancellor, Sajid Javid, who joins us now. Good morning to you. What a night for the Conservatives. How are you sort of absorbing it?
Well, look, obviously, it's a great result for the whole country. We're humbled by all the support and the votes that we received right across the country. And now we need to get on with ending that deadlock in Parliament and focusing on all those great things that we said we were going to do.
How are you going to serve those voters who lent you their vote, as the Prime Minister said a little earlier? This is a big responsibility. In fact, actually, we're just going to hold it there, Mr. Javid, if you don't mind, Chancellor. We're just seeing the shot of the Prime Minister emerging and getting into his car to head back to Downing Street. A significant amount of time there speaking to Her Majesty the Queen. Now, on the promise of forming a new government, we see him leaving the quadrangle at Buckingham Palace, emerging to the crowds who were assembled outside the gates of Buckingham Palace to see the changing of the guard, and they are still in place, of course. And what a spectacle these tourists have witnessed this morning as we see that car sweep across the forecourt and just past Chris Ship, presumably, but then winding round the Victoria Memorial, back up the Mall, onto past Horse Guards, and then back to Downing Street. We'll stay on those pictures, Chancellor, if we can carry on talking to you. It is a massive responsibility for those voters who've lent you their vote to make sure that they are served? What do you have to reassure them this morning?
Of course, it's a huge responsibility for every single vote that we receive to make sure that we are listening and we're delivering on exactly what we said. And with those voters, in places like Blythe Valley, Darlington, Sedgefield, places that that have formerly been seen as Labour strongholds, it's even more important in the sense that, yes, I think it's fair to say many people lent us their vote, and we will treat that vote very, very sensitively and carefully, and want to make sure that we absolutely deliver on what we said. And it's not just about Brexit. Of course, that was a huge factor in this election. It was the thing that paralysed our Parliament for too long. But I found in going to many of these seats, speaking with local people, that they want to see investment in their communities like we all do, whether it's in their local NHS, whether it's in their high street, an infrastructure investment in train and road, and all of this. And we've got plans for this, but we're going to do it in a credible way. One thing that I think distinguished us hugely from Labour is that we had to take clear responsibility for every single penny that we said we would spend, set out our plans, whereas Labour had plans that no one frankly believed.
OK, if you're talking about respecting votes, how do you honour all of those votes that went to the SNP last night?
Well, I am saddened by the result in Scotland, in that we lost some very, very good colleagues. As I understand it, I think at the moment we have about 6 seats there in Scotland, so we are down. But the way we respect Scotland is to make sure that we govern for the whole of the United Kingdom. We're very proudly a one-nation party. We said it enough during this campaign, and that means that we govern for everyone in every corner of our great country, no matter what their background, where they come from. And Scotland, for us, will be part of our great one nation, and we will govern in a way that will hopefully show people that we are a party that will be a people's government.
OK, just very briefly, you're hoping you'll stay in your job, presumably. We know there's a reshuffle coming.
I hope so, but I think you're seeing that the Prime Minister has just been reappointed himself, so at some point, I'm sure he'll get round to doing reshuffle.
Sajid Javid, thank you very much indeed. We'll leave it there because we're just watching the Prime Minister make his way back to Downing Street. It'll be interesting to see whether he responds to any questions that no doubt the reporters there will be lobbing his way. We know that we're not going to hear a formal statement, excuse me, a statement from the Prime Minister at this stage. We are due to hear from him at around 3 o'clock this afternoon in a more formal sense. But, of course, nonetheless, the world's press will be ranked there, all eyes on that car as it turns into Downing Street, and wait to see if they get any words at all from the Prime Minister, who will then, no doubt, as soon as that door closed behind him, be clapped in to Downing Street in the traditional manner. And we're just waiting to see as he wends his way there. The moment he turns into Downing Street, I slightly lost my bearings here. Carl, help me out.
I'm trying to look as well. I think that's somewhere in Whitehall, but I can't be absolutely certain.
Just in a few moments' time, we'll see him turning through the gates.
That's Whitehall now.
Into Whitehall. And what thoughts must be going through this Prime Minister's mind after an absolutely exhausting campaign for all of the party leaders? You know, right to that last moment, of course, we had the fridge incident on the last morning, which no doubt he'll be only too pleased to put behind him. But there's no overstating the fact, Carl, that at this point, just where there is peak pressure, there is also peak levels of exhaustion. I mean, he may have grabbed a few seconds sleep, I suppose.
I imagine there's a certain amount of adrenaline still carrying him through, and elation as well. There he goes, turning into Downing Street. But he's got a lot to do. There's a lot on in his in tray, as we've discussed.
Let's just see if we get to hear anything from Boris Johnson as he arrives outside the doors of number 10. It looks as though he may be making a short walk. Let's see. So not directly outside the door. This is interesting. Do we get to hear from him?
Well, this may be a specially designed shot for the cameras and the photographers.
Johnson! Wait!
One more. Not at the moment, you don't. Straight into number 10, and no doubt the applause which traditionally greets the new Prime Minister as he goes behind perhaps the most famous door in the world. We'll be back in a few more moments' time. Welcome back to the morning after the night before the general election that saw Boris Johnson return to Downing Street with the biggest Tory majority since the 1980s. With just a single seat left to be declared, the Conservatives are currently on 364 seats, up 47 on what they won in 2017. That gives the Prime Minister a majority of 78. Labour had a disastrous night, securing just 203 seats in the new House of Commons. The news was no better for the Lib Dems, whose leader, Jo Swinson, lost her seat as the party fell well short of the high hopes they had at the beginning of the campaign. The Brexit party failed to win any seats at all. But the other big winners of the night were the SNP in Scotland, who made big gains, boosting the party's hopes for another independence referendum. We can cross now to Libby Vina, who's been stationed outside the Labour leader's home, waiting to hear from Jeremy Corbyn. We had a few remarks as he was his count overnight, Libby. Any more news this morning?
No, well, we are poised here just outside his front door, a very different door from number 10, of course, waiting for the Labour leader to leave. We've been told that he doesn't want to say anything here. He's going to do an interview that will be distributed later to all broadcasters, but obviously we'll try and catch a few words with him. He has said that this is the time for a period of reflection. I think he is under enormous pressure now to resign. Lord Blunkett, we heard from earlier, saying that he should resign immediately. This is, of course, a worse defeat than 1983. And looking back to 2015, when Ed Miliband lost, he did resign on the day of that defeat. So we'll wait to see what Mr. Corbyn has to say later. His departure should be any minute now. A huge press presence here on the doorstep, but still no sign of Mr. Corbyn himself.
Thank you very much indeed, Libby. I know you'll keep an eye on that door for us. Well, we have a panel alongside us now to discuss the result and what it means for Labour. Tom Baldwin was communications advisor to the former Labour leader Ed Miliband and had a similar role for the People's Vote campaign to try to get a second referendum. Ken Loach is a multi-award winning film director with a long-standing commitment to socialism and campaigner for social justice and knows Jeremy Corbyn very well. And Laura Parker from the Momentum Group as its national coordinator. Thank you all three. The View gathering some steam, I suppose, Ken Loach, that Jeremy Corbyn should stand down immediately. What do you think?
I think it needs a period of reflection. I think there's a number of issues we've got to look at. I think the analysis we made of Brexit wasn't clear enough to begin with, and to have a programme to deal with that, a policy to deal with that. I think the attacks from the right wing of the party have been consistent from day one, have been absolutely demoralising to members. But I think there are positives, even now, in that the people who were working in the constituencies were amazing and bigger than we've ever had before. The policy that have been fought for deal with the big subjects that we face, the big issues people face. So I think we need a period of reflection, and we've got to be rigorous. And we've got to take the time to really understand what's happened.
I think we're just going to sit, although we can see some images there of Jeremy Corbyn leaving his home. Perhaps unsurprisingly, no word from the Labour leader. A short few paces from his front door to get into the waiting vehicle. I think we are due to hear from him a little later. Libby, is there anything there you need to tell us about that you saw as he came out of the door?
No, he was looking fairly happy with things, which is pretty extraordinary given the scale of the defeat last night. He said nothing. I asked him whether it was over for him. He refused to say anything at all to the effect that it had been a bad night. I think that is pretty extraordinary in the circumstances. The worst defeat since 1983. Labour crushed last night, and yet the party's leader not even acknowledging that as he left his house just now. He is going to do a pre-arranged interview to be distributed to broadcasters later, but I think that reaction perhaps sums up some of the problems that Jeremy Corbyn had in dealing with the media. He got perhaps a little more comfortable with the media over time, but essentially he felt that he should dictate the terms on which he talked to people, and I think that in the end was a shortcoming. It meant that quite often he wasn't able to get his message across. He really tried to control things perhaps too much. And I think when it came down to it, that that was a major problem in the sense that Labour's policies were really very difficult for people to fathom because he didn't explain them very well himself.
Right. Thank you, Libby. Let's just return to our panel here. Tom Ball, you let out a considerable sigh there when Ken mentioned about a period of reflection. What's your view on this morning? Biggest defeat since 1983?
Look, I've got nothing against a period of reflection. What I have got something against is what seems to be a concerted spin operation by people around Jeremy and other people on the left of the Labour Party now to somehow suggest that the reason why Labour lost so badly last night was because it was to Remain. It adopted as people's vote. Now, it's a really dangerous myth. I think it's a myth which, if it goes unchecked, will lead Labour to move away from the internationalist, open, outward-looking values of the party, which a whole generation of young people need. And it is a myth, because let's look at the facts. 3/4 of Labour's 2017 vote want to stay in the EU and want a people's vote. A majority in every Labour-held seat of Labour voters want to stay in the EU and want a people's vote. Only 1 in 8 of the people who voted Leave in 2016 were Labour working class. Now, of course, there are people who've Labour leavers have voted Tory last night, and there are Labour Remainers who voted Liberal Democrat last night, and there's a whole lot of people who didn't vote at all. And what the next Labour leader needs to do, and there does need to be a new Labour leader, is to reach out and reconnect with those people.
And how does that happen, Laura Parker? I mean, people will look at the sort of wreckage of what has emerged after last night for Labour and say that the side of the party that you have supported and campaigned for has been comprehensively rejected.
Well, I'm not sure that's true, and I think there's a significant amount to build on it. I mean, of course, it was a bad result. There's no point coming and saying it wasn't, and I'm obviously devastated for our thousands of activists who've campaigned across the country. But as Ken said, we've mobilised unprecedented numbers, particularly of young people. There's been huge enthusiasm about parts of our domestic agenda, the narrative about taking on austerity. I believe that we have changed under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. I think a lot of this has been blown off course by Brexit. I agree with you about the need to have a thorough analysis to really understand. I think there's been some lazy discussion about, the working class is all supporting one side or another, sort of ignoring the fact that there's working class people all over Britain, many of whom will have voted Remain.
You're completely disconnected from those roots now, aren't you? Surely that's what everything that emerged from last night tells us.
But I think this is part of the problem, that we've disconnected from the working class as if there's a homogenous working class. There's thousands of working class people in London, the city I happen to live in, particularly from black and ethnic minority communities, who not only voted for Labour, have also voted Remain. There are obviously diverse working class communities across the country. And of course, we have to take a long, hard look, and I agree with your point about the reflection, to understand what's really happened. So we mustn't rush to hasty judgment, because we will then be repenting at our leisure.
Ken, you want to come in?
I think yes, there are people who have left, and there are people who have brought the attacks on Corbyn, and I don't want to minimise the disaster that it's been for Labour, but we cannot ignore the abuse that's been poured on him since he became leader. We can't ignore the fact that large sections of the parliamentary party refused to serve with him, and of course that's had an effect. We can't ignore the fact that almost the whole press, including the broadcasters, have actually refused to discuss the principles, the main parts of the programme.
But surely that's because...
So that we can't ignore that point, Julie, and I think you can't just gloss over it and move on to something else and say, but that's a serious issue.
Indeed, Tom Ball.
Look, I mean, I think what we're hearing today is glossing over. What we can't do is spin our way out of the worst defeat. The worst defeat the Labour Party's had since the 1930s. And, I don't think we need to hear excuses. I don't want to hear excuses about, it was the Remainers' fault or it was the media's fault. Every Labour leader has encountered a very hostile media.
No Labour leader has had the abuse that Jeremy Corbyn's had. No other Labour leader, hang on. No other Labour leader has been called a terrorist when he's a man of peace. No other Labour leader has been called a racist when he's opposed racism all his life. Now, this level of abuse is off the scale.
I agree that some of the attacks on Jeremy Corbyn have been unfair. But
more than unfair, they've been gross.
Let me just say something, Ken. Every Labour leader faces a very hostile media environment. But after a defeat like this, with the consequences that means in terms of a hard Brexit being forced on this country, when actually majority of this country voted for pro-Remain parties people forget that there is not a mandate here for Boris Johnson's hard Brexit. Absolutely. There's a parliamentary majority, but not a majority in the country. And the consequences for working people, for the people that Labour Party was set up, is going to be devastating. And I don't think Labour supporters today want to hear excuses and whinging about the media. They want to know what's going to happen.
I want to bring in Laura here. But there is a pressure of time on this, isn't there? It has to be a period of reflection, but this has to be dealt with relatively quickly, doesn't it, to try to get Labour back on track, given all of the political challenges that lie ahead in the next 12 months?
Well, most immediately, actually, I would say we mustn't be rushing around doing anything, because next week we have got Boris Johnson bringing his disaster deal to Parliament. So although I don't think that I think we need to reflect for as long as we need to reflect. I don't want a never-ending process myself, not least because there's so much for us to do. But our most immediate priority next week is to hold Boris Johnson to account in Parliament, because he's bringing back this deal for which there is no mandate. And if it's passed, it will be crippling for ordinary people.
OK,
exactly.
All right, there is so much to talk about. We need to go to another break. Unfortunately, thank you very much indeed, all of you, for joining us this morning. As we've seen, Jeremy Corbyn is on his way to Islington Town Hall in North London to deliver a speech, and our cameras are there waiting for him. And similarly, in the next half an hour, it's going to be pretty busy. We should be hearing from Nicola Sturgeon after what has been a far more successful night for her. Those moments all coming up after this short break. Welcome back to ITV's coverage of the general election, where we're standing by to hear from the SNP leader, Nicola Sturgeon, after a great night for her party. Excuse me. This is the scene in Edinburgh, where she'll be speaking shortly. Apparently, this is a building called Dynamic Earth, which, given Sir Ming Campbell talked about the Lib Dems' fate last night as scorched earth, no doubt is perhaps something that Nicola Sturgeon would much prefer at this stage. Let's talk to Martha Fairley, who is there too, and some good grounds for celebrations for the SNP last night, Martha.
Absolutely. Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland and leader of the SNP, said that last night's results exceeded her expectations. 48 SNP seats. They increased their number of MPs by 13. And they say that they now have shown and given a very clear message to the rest of the country that Scotland does not want a Boris Johnson government. It does not want to leave the European Union. And of course, time is now ticking. What exactly can Nicola Sturgeon do before January the 31st to make sure that Scotland remains in Europe? That we hope to find out in the very near future. In the next few minutes, she's expected to arrive here and let us know what the next step is. She had previously said that she was going to send a letter to the Prime Minister asking for the power for Holyrood to hold a second independence referendum. There has been a lot of talk about that this morning. Alistair Jack, the Scottish Secretary, has said that he doesn't think Boris Johnson should do so. Ian Blackford, the SNP's leader in Westminster, has said that Boris Johnson should do the right thing. He should grant those powers to Holyrood. And he has refused to say whether the SNP would take legal action if Boris Johnson doesn't grant the Section 30 order that's required in order to give the Scottish Parliament the powers to put that referendum forward. Timing of an independence referendum is interesting as well. Recent polls have still not shown that there is a majority support for Scottish independence. And Nicola Sturgeon herself last night said that she was very realistic about the SNP vote, that people may have voted for a whole number of reasons. And in fact, she is just arriving in the building right now. So we're going to see if we can get a quick word with her as she arrives. I'm just going to get hold of the microphone. First Minister, your thoughts after a spectacular night? Well, it seems she's not going to speak to us just yet. She is, however, walking into that press conference now, and hopefully we'll hear what her thoughts are in the next few seconds.
OK, Martha, we'll stay with those shots from Edinburgh. Nice try. A quick change of suit overnight and the now familiar Sturgeon heels clicking along as we wait to hear from her very shortly. But alongside me here in the studio is still Carl Dinnan, our political correspondent, but delighted to say that Professor Jane Green has had a couple of hours snooze, I hope, Jane, and she's back firing on all cylinders. A bit less, maybe. But hey, look at that. You're amazing. Keeping going for days on end. Talk to us about Scotland last night. I mean, it is right for Nicola Sturgeon to observe that this is probably beyond what she'd imagined might happen for her. What are your observations and what are the consequences?
Yeah, I was just kind of catching up with some of the relationships in the data. And one of the things that we saw is the SNP have done really well in pro-unionist seats and also pro-independent seats. And so the SNP really can claim that they've increased their support amongst both sides of that all-important independence question. We saw that being extremely important in 2015. My best guess is for how they've done so well this time as well. They obviously built on that, but what they've done too, I think, is really capitalised that Remain vote in Scotland, where, of course, Labour has not managed to do so. And so you saw a very interesting relationship with Labour down in Scotland and the SNP up. And it looks like there's almost quite a simple switch going on there. And obviously we'll need to, months and years to dig into the data and find out all the really intrinsic relationships and the explanations there. But it's, there's no question about it. It's a very, very good result for the SNP.
And the Tories managed to hold on to a degree in Scotland, but they, you know, sort of a week ago there was indications that it might look a little bit better from them, but actually this is a real consolidation for Sturgeon, isn't it?
Yes, and you know there were moments in the night last night where we thought the Conservatives would be down a little bit more, and of course they've just held on to a handful of seats there. But you know that is such a contrast to the rest of the country. You know, when you see this swing that has moved towards the Conservative Party, and that of course hasn't been replicated in Scotland. It's you know, Conservatives done slightly better than they might have, but you know it doesn't negate the fact that the Conservative Party just haven't managed to really make those inroads in Scotland, and so of course we have this very divided picture, as I'm sure you know we talked a lot about, with the SNP really holding the majority of those seats in Scotland, and with the Conservatives south of the border pro-Leave.
And whilst we're just waiting to hear from her, Carl, I mean, it is worth noting that she is now one of the standout political figures on our landscape, isn't she? I mean, she sort of emerged. I remember in that, you know, the debate that we did in 2015. It was her first time really after the Scottish independence referendum in 2015. She was on that stage and got a platform in a debate for the first time. And ever since then, she has sort of consolidated this position in British political life and has an extraordinary sort of character, really, of leadership.
She's shown herself to be one of the best campaigners in the country. Whatever you think of her politics, she's an extremely effective politician. And it will be interesting to hear what she says now, because when you spoke to Sajid Javid, the Chancellor, not that long ago, you asked him how the Conservative government planned to respect the vote in Scotland, which mostly went to the SNP, and he said the way we respect the vote in Scotland is to govern for the whole of the UK. Now, I don't think that's going to cut it with Nicola Sturgeon, and I think we'll hear from her now, shortly when she speaks, just how she regards the Boris Johnson government and what she's going to say to them. But governing for the whole of the UK won't be enough for her.
OK, it might be a couple of moments before we see Nicola Sturgeon, in fact. So whilst we're on matters of the Union, we can cross to Belfast and speak to our correspondent, Mark Mallet, because a lot of questions about then the position of Northern Ireland and questions around the future of the United Kingdom are rising out of what happened in Northern Ireland last night, Mark.
Yes, indeed, a lot of soul-searching, indeed a lot of head-scratching this morning, trying to figure out where it all went wrong, because the results last night have changed the political landscape here. A real move away from the big two, DUP and Sinn Féin, and the discovery of a third force, a moderate force.
Sorry,
really
Mark,
beginning
so sorry to interrupt you. Nicola Sturgeon's just now coming to her podium. Sorry. Let's hear from Nicola Sturgeon.
Good afternoon. Thank you all very much for coming along here today. When I launched the SNP campaign in this very room just over a month ago, I could not reasonably have hoped for a more emphatic victory in this election. Last night, the SNP won an incredible 80% of seats in Scotland, an overwhelming endorsement of our campaign, message and vision. It is clear, beyond any doubt, that the kind of future desired by the majority in Scotland is very different to that chosen by much of the rest of the UK. Scotland has rejected Boris Johnson and the Tories, and yet again we have said no to Brexit. During this campaign, I said repeatedly that all elections are important, of course they are, but that this one really mattered. I said that the very future of Scotland was on the line. Last night was indeed a watershed moment. So today, as we reflect on the outcome, we should also look ahead. This morning, I want to address both the people of Scotland and the Prime Minister directly. To the people of Scotland, I want to say a simple but heartfelt thank you. Thank you for the overwhelming victory you gave the SNP last night. The SNP will never, ever take you for granted. We will continue to work every single day to earn your trust, however you voted last night, both in government at Holyrood and in opposition at Westminster. We will focus relentlessly on building a fairer and a more prosperous country for everyone who lives here. We will continue to promote the outward-looking internationalist values that are so firmly at the heart of the SNP's vision for Scotland. And we will do whatever we can to protect Scotland from what I fear will be a deeply damaging Tory government. That means we will stand firm in our defence of our National Health Service. We will resist, to the very best of our ability, the ultra-Brexit Tory ideology that threatens a race to the bottom on issues like environmental protections, food standards and workers' rights. And we will stand up for the rights of those from other European countries who have chosen to live here. And I want to briefly address them directly today too. I am very aware that for you, this may be the most difficult day since the morning after the Brexit vote. So let me say this again, and from my heart, you are welcome here. We value your contribution, and I will fight with everything I have to protect your right to call Scotland your home. Now, of course, elections can be invigorating, but also bruising events. So let me congratulate all those candidates last night who won, but also commiserate with those who lost seats. Despite the hard-fought nature of this election campaign, I believe and I hope that we can, in Scotland, now agree on two fundamental points. Firstly, it is now clear beyond any doubt that the overwhelming majority of people in Scotland do want to remain in the European Union. That verdict was first delivered in the referendum in 2016. It was reinforced in the general election of 2017. It was strengthened in the European election earlier this year. And last night, it was emphatically confirmed. Westminster has ignored people in Scotland for more than 3 years. Last night, the people of Scotland said enough. It is time for Boris Johnson to start listening. I accept, regretfully, that he has a mandate for Brexit in England, but he has no mandate whatsoever to take Scotland out of the European Union. If he presses ahead, he will drive a coach and horses through the very idea that is supposed to underpin the UK, the idea that the Union is a partnership of equal nations. And that brings into very sharp relief the second fundamental principle that I believe we in Scotland can unite around, that Scotland's future must be in Scotland's hands. Now, I acknowledge that not absolutely everyone who voted SNP yesterday is ready to support independence. But the point of unity that I do believe exists is this one. Whether or not Scotland becomes an independent country must be a matter for the people who live here. And let me stress, for all of us who live here, no matter where we come from. It's not a decision for any Westminster Prime Minister, and certainly not for one who suffered a crushing defeat in Scotland last night. The Tories fought this campaign in Scotland on a single issue. They spoke quite literally about nothing else. They bombarded people in Scotland with the same relentless message day after day and night after night. They said that a vote for them was a vote to deny people in Scotland the right to decide our own future. They said it was a vote to reject an independence referendum. Well, yesterday, the people of Scotland decided instead to reject the Tories. The stunning election win last night for the SNP renews, reinforces and strengthens the mandate we have from previous elections to offer the people of Scotland a choice over their future. That mandate says that it is for the Scottish Parliament, not a Westminster government, to decide whether and when there should be a new referendum on independence. So given the verdict of the people of Scotland last night, the Scottish Government will next week publish the detailed democratic case for a transfer of power to enable a referendum to be put beyond legal challenge. I have been clear that a referendum must be the responsibility of the Scottish Parliament. This is not about asking Boris Johnson or any other Westminster politician for permission. It is instead an assertion of the democratic right of the people of Scotland to determine our own future. Given what I fear a Tory government now has in store for Scotland, that right to choose our own future has never been more important or more urgent. So to the Prime Minister, let me be very clear. This is not simply a demand that I or the SNP are making. It is the right of the people of Scotland. And you, as the leader of a defeated party in Scotland, have no right to stand in the way. In an independent Scotland, we will always get the governments we vote for. We will have full control of the powers and the levers needed to build a truly fair and a more prosperous country. We can take our place as an equal partner with our closest friends in the rest of the UK and across Europe and the world. The people of Scotland have spoken. It is time now to decide our own future. Thank you very much indeed.
So an emphatic statement there from Nicola Sturgeon that it is not about asking for permission, in her view, from the British government to have a second independence referendum. It is an extension of a democratic right, were her words. And we should reflect on this, really. I mean, that was really setting her stall out in the wake of what we witnessed last night. She was pointing directly at Boris Johnson, saying, you are the leader of a defeated government in Scotland. I mean, she couldn't have drawn the lines more clearly.
And she set out how the SNP are going to proceed. Next week, she said they would publish what they believed was the legal case for transferring the power to call another independence referendum from Westminster to the Scottish Parliament. She thinks Scotland should be able to decide when that referendum is called, not Boris Johnson.
Yeah, I was just staying on these pictures of there. There's a few people getting their selfies with her as she heads through the waiting media, having made her speech. I mean, if anyone were in any doubt about what last night meant potentially for the future of the Union, they wouldn't be after that speech, Jane.
No, absolutely. And I think, it's a really fascinating question, that question of, has she got a mandate for Remain in Scotland, and does she have a mandate for independence? And I think what she's noting there is not, that it doesn't necessarily mean the latter. What she wants is the right to choose in Scotland. And I think, depending on the timing of this, I can understand why she wants to move quickly, because essentially Scotland's decision about independence is going to, I think, depend very much on whether Brexit is made a success of. And so if Boris Johnson, of course, takes us out of the European Union at the end of January, we'll be in a transition period, and there'll be an uncertain period of time. What he has to do, of course, is convince Scotland that they would be better off in the Brexit Britain, as Britain takes us, into this new economic model, and then that would be good for Scotland. If it looks very damaging for Scotland, and if it continues to look like a risky economic prospect, then we could see support for independence increase, of course, because Scots will want to retain their membership of the European Union that way.
And given the time pressure that is now on in securing a free trade agreement with the EU, I mean, that is going to be the biggest question mark in politics.
Well, it's very difficult for Nicola Sturgeon to do this as quickly as she would like to do, because the fact of the matter is, at the moment, power to call another independence referendum in Scotland does reside with the Prime Minister. He's got a huge majority now in the House of Commons, so it's very difficult to see how she will actually pressure him. She seemed to be indicating she would try to go through the courts to do it. Now, Boris Johnson has lost the odd court case lately, but it remains to be seen whether or not he would lose this one, because up until now it has seemed pretty clear that it's the British Prime Minister sitting in Westminster who gets to decide whether or not there is another independence referendum in Scotland. And Boris Johnson has been absolutely clear that he doesn't want one.
Yes, it was a remarkable statement of position just there from the leader of the SNP. I think we can cross over now to Ranveer in Westminster, who has a guest. Hi, Ranveer.
Julie, thank you very much. I'm joined now by Richard Bergen, who was returned to as a Labour MP for Leeds East. I mean, you must look at Nicola Sturgeon, look on with envy. She has great presence, a strong message, a fantastic campaigner, all the things that you haven't had in this campaign from your leader.
Well, it was a very bad night for Labour. We need to analyse objectively where we lost votes and
well,
who
you lost
to.
them in Scotland, certainly.
Yes.
You've only been left with one MP
Yeah,
there.
we lost them in Scotland to the SNP. We lost them in some northern seats to the Conservative Party and the Brexit Party. In London, we lost votes to the Liberal Democrats, so we've got to analyse it objectively. I think this was a Brexit election. The next election won't be a Brexit election. But my thoughts at the moment, with all those who will suffer with 5 years of Thatcherite austerity under Boris Johnson's premiership.
Might I just recently to you from Margaret Hodge, a veteran Labour MP, returned also to her seat. Blaming Brexit, she says, the media and the voters. The likes of Milne and Lansman have done more damage to the Labour Party than any Tory could have dreamt of. She's talking there about Seamus Milne, the strategist. She's talking about John Lansman, the leader of the Momentum faction of the Labour Party. You're a party in disarray this morning.
Well, of course, there's going to be debates about the future direction of the Labour Party. What I would say is that this was a Brexit election. The next election won't be.
Was it a Brexit election? I mean, Lord Adonis has said you might think it is, but actually this was about Corbyn. On the doorsteps, this was about Corbyn's failure. And you look at someone like Nicola Sturgeon, people believed in her and they voted for her. Well, and the same with Boris Johnson. That's where you failed. It's with your leader.
In the 2017 general election, we had a very similar manifesto and the same leader. We gained 3 million votes in that election. We went forward. In this election, we've gone seriously backwards. So the difference, it seems to me, looking at it at this early stage, after the election, the difference between 2 years ago and now seems to be the fact that Brexit was overshadowing traditional party loyalties.
Did anti-Semitism have anything to do with it, in your view?
I'm sure that many people very concerned about that serious issue will have been affected by that and will have lost votes as a result of that. In terms of the future of the Labour Party, we're going to have 5 years of Thatcherism, up to 5 years of Thatcherism under Boris Johnson. There's no future of the Labour Party if we water down our opposition to austerity. So we need to redouble our opposition to the cuts and privatisation agenda that Boris Johnson will be trying to drive through.
And in terms of what kind of leader you get next, do you look at changing the tenor of this sort of socialist push in the Labour Party? Or is basically that's where the Labour Party's heart is now and there's no bringing it back to the centre ground now?
When I was campaigning in my own constituency and across the country, it wasn't our policies of taking rail, mail and water back into public ownership or a £10 an hour minimum wage or stopping privatisation of the NHS or free childcare. It wasn't those policies that were controversial. Brexit was raised again and again on the doorstep.
And how often was Corbyn raised?
Jeremy Corbyn was raised on the doorstep, just as Ed Miliband, Gordon Brown and Tony Blair were raised when I was campaigning for them to become Prime Minister. So we need to analyse objectively how the Labour Party moves forward, but we need to ensure that we remain completely opposed to austerity, completely opposed to the Conservative agenda of Boris Johnson.
Thank you very much. Back to Julie.
Thanks, Ranveer. Well, Damon Green is in Rutherglen in South Lanarkshire. The SNP took that seat from Labour last night. Damon, what have voters got to say there?
Well, they've got to say plenty. Rutherglen and West Hamilton here on the outskirts of Glasgow. It was a Labour seat at the last election with a majority of less than 300. Now, the Labour vote held up pretty well here. They only lost a matter of 500 votes, but the SNP put on over 5,000. And we now have a Scottish National MP, Margaret Ferrier, here with a majority of over 5,000. Now, one of the centres of this community is here, Cafe Gelato, a family-run Italian restaurant and cafe in Rutherglen, where people of any political view, any political viewpoint can come and discuss their views. But the Scottish nationalist customers here, indeed the proprietor himself, say that vote here and elsewhere in Scotland makes a second referendum on Scottish independence now almost inevitable.
And then they assumed that they did own it. They used to run Glasgow Council. They don't now, because it took people for granted.
They keep on harking back to we got it, we had a vote, got to accept it, a generation, but the circumstances have changed. We're getting pulled out of Europe, which I think is insane. And I think I've not spoken to anybody in Scotland. I'm sure there are people, but I haven't spoken to anyone in Scotland who thinks it's a good idea.
Jeremy Corbyn didn't do it for anybody up here. Everybody I spoke to, they felt as though Jeremy Corbyn wouldn't make a stance on anything. It was always a yes or no, but it wasn't a definite yes or a definite no.
Well, supporters of Scottish independence look at that political map now. They see the swathes of yellow SNP seats here in Scotland. They see the swathes of blue Conservative seats in England, and they see this opposition. But they also feel, some of them, that they may have an ally in the Conservative Party. They say that the right wing of the Conservative Party is their natural ally because they believe there are many Conservative MPs who couldn't care less whether Scotland is part of their country or not, and they are looking to that with hope. But there are plenty of people here in Scotland who are opposed to Scottish independence still, and many of them I've spoken to today say that Nicola Sturgeon still hasn't made the case as to how Scotland could survive as an independent country.
Damon, thank you for that. Let's return now to Mark Mallett in Belfast. He was rather rudely interrupted earlier. Sorry about that, Mark. You were taking us through the picture from Northern Ireland last night because amongst all these questions about the future of the Union, that question has become more pressing from Northern Ireland's point of view.
It certainly has, Julie. I mean, Northern Ireland, as we know, didn't vote to leave in Brexit, but of course is leaving us the one United Kingdom. Last night, the election results here, they had a significant impact on the political makeup, as it were, over the coming years. What we've seen was a real move away from the big two, from the DUP and from Sinn Féin, and we've seen the rise of a third moderate force. The Alliance Party, as I'm sure you're aware, was always the smallest of the 5 main political parties, but was the real runaway success story, becoming the third largest party in Northern Ireland. DUP losing 2 seats. Now, one of them, of course, of massive psychological impact on the party. The party's deputy leader and the Westminster leader, Nigel Dawes, lost his seat to Sinn Féin. And that really will have a big impact on the DUP in determining where they go from here. Of course, they'll not have that influence at Westminster that they had since 2017 during the confidence and supply arrangement with Boris Johnson's government. So big questions for them as to what effect they can actually have on Boris Johnson as he ploughs ahead with the Brexit plans. And indeed, while we saw the SDLP return to Westminster, picking up 2 seats last night, it's unlikely. We see that big majority that Boris Johnson has secured. It's unlikely that they will be able to affect any real change in the sense of trying to avoid Northern Ireland, or indeed parts of the UK, being subjected to Boris Johnson's withdrawal agreement.
Mark, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, as I mentioned earlier, alongside us in the studio now is Professor Jane Green, who was crunching the stats last night alongside Carl, of course. Just take us through why Labour did so badly. We're hearing all sorts of analysis from inside and out of the Labour Party that it was down to Brexit, it was down to the leader, it was down to the manifesto. Where are we at, do you think?
So obviously that's what happens after an election, and people want to put their own spin on it, and it's going to be one of those questions that's going to take quite a while to answer. But I think one point about this is really crucial here, and that is that the Liberal Democrats, whilst not improving in their position in terms of the number of MPs, indeed currently being down one, we're still waiting for St Ives, and we're not expecting the Lib Dems to get it, but you never know, it was tight last time. The Liberal Democrats have, arguably not changed their position in terms of MPs, but they did increase their vote share. And so what you have, of course, is those 2 parties, the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party, competing amongst, for Remain voters and dividing the Remain vote. And so if you look at where the Liberal Democrats did very well, they did very well in the parts of the country with people with lots of, high qualifications, so lots of graduates. So those parts of the country that university seats and also some of those city seats with high proportions of graduates, but they didn't make gains in their target seat areas. And that is, absolutely telling. So what you've got there is essentially Liberal Democrats taking votes away from Labour, but not where it benefited the Liberal Democrats. And so you've got that very divided Labour and Liberal Democrat vote. And Labour did very badly across the board, but they did less badly in those areas the Liberal Democrats were targeting. So you really do see that, very close competition between those 2 parties. So yes, the story is about Labour, but it's also about that Liberal Democrat recovery, which is, of course, the flip side, but there's more to it.
Yes, and fascinating to actually contemplate how that recovery might come about, given that on January the 31st, we will be out of the European Union. I mean, that is the big takeout from what happened last night. Yeah. January 31st now, finally we have a date. And the central plank of the Lib Dems' offer in this last election and in the last political period has been absolutely that. So where do they find their traction, given that nobody's quite sure where the centre ground is? Labour have got to work out where they want to go to, having had this drubbing last night. I mean, It's a conundrum, really, isn't it, given this central plank now is just entirely removed?
Well, I think Boris Johnson, to an extent, is moving on to the centre ground. I know I've said it before, but when you look past Brexit, a lot of the things that he wants to do are about spending more money on public services, putting more money into the NHS, getting more police officers on the street. He went to a big meeting of business, I think it was a CBI conference, just at the beginning of the election campaign, said, sorry, I'm not going to give you the tax cut that you thought you were going to get. All very centrist type of policy. So he's really, aside from Brexit, moved into that kind of territory. And I'd be quite interested to ask Jane, actually, whether you think that we are back in the territory of just two-party politics in England and Wales anyway, because although you say there has been a bit of a Lib Dem resurgence in some places, it hasn't really delivered them many seats. And it feels like two-party politics has sort of solidified a bit with this election.
Now, that's an interesting question, because in 2017, the two-party vote share was very, very high. And so we've seen a drop back from that, but not to the kind of levels that we were starting to see in previous elections, where we were seeing a real fragmentation. We were seeing voters go towards the minor parties in very high numbers. What I think undergirds all of this is this huge trend in volatility that we've identified over time. You know, with our British election study data, we've been able to see that there's just this enormous churn, election to election to election. People are just more fluid, and so there's more potential for parties to attract and win and lose votes, for us to see these very dramatic changes in elections because voters are moving around.
And
so
I suppose
much.
it absolutely goes to that point that Boris Johnson made in that speech this morning, that he's aware that people have lent votes on this occasion. I mean, it just absolutely plays into that argument, Jane, that things can shift very rapidly if people don't get delivered the stuff that they were supposedly promised on.
Absolutely. And it's not to say that, you know, we've kind of had this very extraordinary period in British politics where we've seen polarisation and Brexit and this sort of second dimension of politics becoming more important. But, you know, we're still also in the same world that we used to be, which is if things go very badly, parties will be punished. And so if Brexit isn't delivered and delivered well, it would be delivered, but if it isn't delivered well, if people don't see the benefits or those promised benefits of Brexit, then especially in those Labour Leave areas where those hopes and aspirations for the outcomes of Brexit were very, very acute.
OK, for the moment, thank you both very much indeed for that. Coming up next, the world is waking up to the result of the election here. We'll have reaction from the European Union and beyond. Shortly from the United States, yes, guess what? Donald Trump has been tweeting. That's all when we come back after this short break. Welcome back to ITV's election coverage. Reaction has been coming into Boris Johnson's big win from around the world and from his friend, the American President Donald Trump, no less, of course. During the campaign, President Trump was closely watched for any perceived intervention into the campaign, not least when he was here for NATO, of course, but it's perhaps unsurprising that his response came this morning on Twitter. He wrote, "Congratulations to Boris Johnson on a great win. Britain and the United States will now be free to strike a massive new trade deal after Brexit. This deal has the potential to be far bigger and more lucrative than any deal that could be made with the EU. Celebrate, Boris." Let's reflect on that. Our Washington correspondent, Robert Moore, joins us now. It feels as though the president has finally found that moment to sort of uncork his feelings about Boris Johnson.
That's right, and no surprise, of course, that he has some warm words towards Boris Johnson. No surprise that he uses the Twitter platform as his preferred route for diplomacy. But, of course, behind that lies some pretty difficult realities, one of which, of course, is that although those are warm words, in reality, US trade negotiators are going to be ruthless. They're going to be tough. Many of the sectors that will be negotiated, whether it's pharmaceuticals or whether it's financial services or food and agriculture, there are powerful lobby groups here. And although this president is indeed, Julie, a Anglophile, he is above all else defined by being an America First economic nationalist. So these negotiations coming with the US, even though Trump may talk about a massive trade deal, will actually be brutally negotiated and is not at all clear that they'll be easy to conclude.
And is it at all clear how much priority he will actually be able to give to them, given he's facing an election year himself next year?
Well, that's absolutely right. And the other point, even further ahead, is we're a year away from a US election. So it may well be that Boris Johnson isn't actually dealing with Donald Trump at all, but rather with President-elect Joe Biden or Elizabeth Warren. And all Democratic candidates actually oppose Brexit. They would much prefer, by a long way, Britain to be a part of the European Union and to be a kind of a transatlantic voice in Brussels. So, although we have this kind of warm messaging from Washington this morning, it's not at all clear that's going to be how it plays out. We have a tough president here who will seek to deliver economic reward to his own lobby groups. And, of course, we may be dealing with a president who doesn't even support Brexit at all.
And indeed, though, it would be worth dwelling just for a moment, Robert, on the special relationship. And there is, however the trade deal might play out, there is no doubt that he has now got a populist ally, as many would see it, in Europe. And at that point at which we leave the European Union at the end of January, that is quite a moment for Donald Trump.
It really is. I mean, he can look around the world and see a kind of political movement in his direction. He can look at Brazil and say, look, we have a nationalist there. He can look at Britain now and say we have a kind of a populist in his own mould in the UK. He can look at other parts of Eastern Europe and say, actually, the trend now is towards much more of the economic nationalism that he proposes. So he will see in Boris Johnson's victory a victory for the White House, undoubtedly. That's why he was issuing that tweet in the early hours of this morning. It may not work that way. Of course, Boris Johnson may move towards the centre ground of British politics, but nevertheless, this White House will see this result as a vindication, as a validation of their own political messaging.
OK, Robert, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, if you thought now we have a result, Parliament will quieten down for Christmas, well, it doesn't look quite like that. Obviously, things will become clearer in the next few days, but at the moment, MPs are due to get a long weekend and then return to Parliament on Tuesday, new members being sworn in and taking their seats. And all of that. And then next Thursday, the Queen will be back in Parliament just before she heads off to Sandringham for Christmas for another Queen's speech. That's where she reads out what the government is planning. It'll be the Queen's second such appearance in 9 weeks, but will be ceremonially slimmed down, we're led to believe, because of the closeness to Christmas. Top of the government's to-do list will be, of course, Brexit. When MPs vote on the Prime Minister's deal hasn't actually been set out yet, but it could be as late as Monday, the 23rd of December. The Prime Minister said he wanted the vote to be a Christmas present for Brexit supporters. As families sit down to carve up their turkeys, he said a few weeks ago, I want them to enjoy their festive season free from the seemingly unending Brexit box set drama. Assuming MPs vote for the deal, that would mean Mr Johnson could take the UK out of the EU on the 31st of January. Well, joining me to discuss what now for Brexit, we've got a panel of guests. Anand Menon is Professor of European Politics and Foreign Affairs, perhaps better known as the Director of UK in a Changing Europe. Sabrina Provenzani is a journalist for the Italian paper Il Fatto Quotidiano, and that's it. We thought we were going home to speak to Benedict Pavio too, but perhaps not for the moment. Good morning, good afternoon, what time of day? What day is it to you both? Sabrina, if I can come to you first, what's been the reaction in the Italian press this morning?
It's been an immediate reaction, actually, even yesterday, and the reaction has been somehow predictable in a way that the right and the Nationalist Party, of course, have jumped on it, and they're celebrating and saying, like Matteo Salvini, the leader of the Lega North, which is the National Party, with a platform based on anti-immigration, and he said 30%, around 30% in the country, said, go Boris, go. One of us, go for it. And the leader of the fascist party, we can call it so, Fratelli d'Italia, Brothers of Italy, which there are 10% more or less, just said, finally, the will of the people has been met. So we go for it. So obviously, the nationalist parties are really on it and are trying to take advantage of that. And I can see there's a backlash on Twitter as well, on social media, because yesterday I was watching a TV show on a channel that's actually left-wing, we can say. And immediately after the election, the exit poll were known, on Twitter, people start saying, you're promoting false truth about the fact that Remain was gaining ground. In fact, this is the establishment, your party establishment, you're losing because the people, that's what the people want everywhere. And you cannot stop that. So there's also an anti-establishment sentiment that is growing in Italy. And of course, this is the perfect chance to say, look, nobody wants Europe. Actually, Mario Monti, the former European Commissioner, was a guest, and someone on Twitter called him a servant of the European Union.
Yes.
So this is...
Yeah, so this big question mark has suddenly grown overnight with this election.
Totally.
There is no two ways about it.
I think the Euroscepticism in Italy is around 48% at the moment.
Yeah. And then for very many people who've been longing for this moment to happen, they've got their answer, January the 31st.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst, the sort of specialists will say, well, look, it's not going to be over on January the 31st. There's lots of negotiating to go. I actually think the government, if it plays its cards right, can at least give the impression to those who voted for it that they've moved us forward a big step. We leave on the 31st of January. I think, actually, it's important not to underestimate how important that will be psychologically. And then, if I were the Prime Minister, I would do two things. I would try and make Brexit as boring as possible, for as long as possible, and I would launch some dramatic domestic initiatives so you can turn around to the people and say, it's done. It is out of the way. You don't need to bother about it now. Insofar as it's in the news, it's on page 10, not on page 1, and we're going to move forward with this domestic agenda. So I think if they do it well, they can at least initially give the impression that Brexit is behind us.
But whatever the impression is, the reality is now this extraordinary challenge of getting a trade deal in the timetable that the Prime Minister has imposed on himself.
Mm-hmm. That is extraordinary. I mean, what the Prime Minister has said is this transition period due to end in December, he will not extend it, even though we have the right to ask up to the end of June. But even more extraordinary than that, I think, is the fact that we've just had an election that was meant to be the Brexit election, and yet now we do not know what the Prime Minister wants from Brexit. So half of his party is saying this large majority will give Boris Johnson the opportunity to sort of unveil the one-nation Tory he always was, negotiate a softer Brexit. The other half of his party is saying Boris will take us out with a minimal trade deal, with no ties to Europe.
He was quite frank in the political declaration, wasn't he? In the agreements he brought back, he wanted a deep, ambitious, comprehensive trade agreement. I mean, it is there in black and white. It's not legally binding, but his proposition was there.
But it's also there in black and white in the Conservative manifesto that we won't be aligned with EU rules, we won't accept level playing field conditions, we won't be in a customs union. That is a very bare-bones FTA.
Sabrina, it is not in the EU's interest, really, to make this an easy moment for the UK, really, isn't it? Particularly with all the things that you've alluded to about that rattling now underneath the pins of the EU,
and as you know, nationalist movements and sentiment are spreading all over Europe. So I wonder whether what's the best interest of Europe? Just keeping a good relationship, trade relationship with, because after all, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of interest involved, or just send a political message that there's a bloc, which is the US and the UK, and we are another bloc. And Mario Monti yesterday said, I think this could eventually reinforce if the European Union find the courage and to strengthen up and to find a way to say, you know what we are, and we believe in it. This could be a good thing for the European Union, but at the moment it doesn't look that great, of course, because, as I said, in Italy, these results are just feeding sentiment of nationalism.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how the European Union as a bloc now faces the next few months. I mean, realistically, with this sort of majority, do you think there's a possibility Boris Johnson gets to June and thinks, you know what, economically, it might just be worth us taking that extension?
Absolutely. I mean, I just don't know which way he will go. I can easily envisage a circumstance in which he thinks, look, if we leave without a trade deal at the end of the year, it will be damaging. And remember, having some of these new seats might change the calculation, because all of a sudden, the sort of Labour seats that fell to the Tories last night have disproportionately high number of manufacturing jobs in them, OK? And if you do a Brexit with nothing like a customs union, with no alignment to EU standards, manufacturing is going to be very, very badly hit. So there's an electoral consideration as well here, is you've got this whole new cluster of Tory voters. Is it really the first thing you want to do after a year to say, actually, you're going to have a bit of a rocky patch now because I failed to negotiate a deal with the European Union? So there's that to consider as well.
OK, fascinating. A few months lies ahead. Anna, and thank you very much indeed, Sabrina Provenzali. Thank you for joining us. And I think we're going to cross now to Libby Wiener, who's been tracking the movements of the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. Where are you now? I've just lost track there a bit. You're in North London, outside Islington Town Hall, I think.
I'm just at the back of Islington Town Hall, where Jeremy Corbyn, I understand, is doing what we call a pool interview. That is a pre-arranged interview to be distributed to all broadcasters. The problem with that, though, is that his entourage decided not to take him in through the front door of the town hall, and instead they drove at high speed down a side road. As they drew up, a photographer got caught. A wire attached to someone's camera caught him around the ankle, and you can see he's now lying on the pavement with quite a severely twisted ankle. I think they're waiting for an ambulance for him. In addition, another photographer was pulling out as one of the police cars following Jeremy Corbyn's car was coming down this side road, and there was a collision. Pretty angry photographer, when I caught up with him, from the Daily Mirror, that he had actually had his vehicle effectively damaged by a police car following in the wake of Jeremy Corbyn. Now, it does seem an extraordinary thing to be happening. We've talked about this being a car crash election for Jeremy Corbyn. Well, quite literally, there has been a car crash in Islington here today.
OK, Libby, thank you for that. Back to you with more news a little later. Let's bring you some shots from Downing Street now. We've just got these in from Downing Street. The moment on the other side of that door when Boris Johnson came in, re-elected as Prime Minister. Christmas tree twinkling in the background, and a warm round of applause for Boris Johnson as he makes his way back to the office. Fiona Hill, who was Joint Chief of Staff to Theresa May when she was Prime Minister. Before that, she was her media advisor when Mrs May was Home Secretary, and the two-party company, of course, after the 2017 election and all that followed from that. It was a pretty gruesome time, Fiona, wasn't it, really, after that? But to see these images of Boris Johnson arriving in Downing Street, I think we can just run them now, but it is that moment when, you know, the world sees the door open and we see the exterior shot, and then they are brought into the body of 10 Downing Street. We can see those pictures now. That is a moment of great celebration, but also the weight of responsibility must weigh heavy.
It's probably a split second in politics that you can actually just take that moment to enjoy. After all the hard work and after all the ups and the downs that go along with campaigning, finally you just see this thing happening in front of you. And of course, before the Prime Minister actually arrives at number 10, the people inside waiting to do the applause, they're watching the whole sequence with the Prime Minister going to the palace and then coming back down to Downing Street. So there's a bit of a momentum building already. So the minute the door opens and the door is flung open, you know, there is a real collective gasp almost. And then, of course, as you say, Julie, then you're taken to what will now be your desk for however long you survive Downing Street. And then suddenly your entry fills up very, very quickly and the reality hits home. And actually that happens within about an hour or so.
Yeah, and security briefings, pretty priority moment.
Well, I came from the Home Office, so for me, I was already up to speed with that. But yes, I mean, that obviously has to happen too. But it all happens really, really quickly. It doesn't even matter what day of the week it is. You know, you're straight into it, and there's really no looking back from that. And the one thing on reflection from my own experience is it all happens so quickly. And if there's any advice I can give, it's stop and just think. Think about where you want to be in 2-3 years' time, because you will not get another moment to really think that long term again, because everything comes at you so quickly. It's not like working in a government department. It's in your face all the time, every day, you know, and I'm not talking, you know, 9 to 5. You know, you can get a phone call at 3 o'clock in the morning and suddenly you're in a taxi on your way into work. So that moment really is a precious moment.
And it was a really tough moment for you and the team that had worked around Theresa May last time in 2017, because that moment she came back to Downing Street, I mean, this feels like we're almost on another planet, really, doesn't it? I mean, that must have been really testing, that moment when she came back in and she realised what had happened in that disastrous campaign.
Well, the testing moment really was when we had the exit poll in 2017. I mean, it was devastating. There's no other way of describing it, really. But oddly enough, and it's not really odd, actually, it's just a truism that watching last night when the exit poll came in actually felt quite cathartic for me, because it felt like the circle had been complete. Because what we started in 2017, OK, we didn't get it absolutely 100% right, but it was a template that meant that Boris had something to work from and add to, and then get to where he is today. So although this is definitely not in any way anything to do with Theresa and our team, at least there's a feeling that, you know, we might have, in our own teeny tiny way, have added something to it.
Yeah, and now we have the schedule lying ahead. We've got a very busy week ahead from a Parliament's point of view. But on the 31st of January, and we know all of those dates that Theresa May went through, saying this is the day we're out and then it moved, this is the day we're out and then it moved. Finally, now we have a resolution moment, don't we?
We do. And I imagine that the country feels that sense. I think that one of the reasons why we have a majority is that the country got to the stage where it wasn't about this party or that party. It was actually about, we need to get things through Parliament. We need to get this country moving again. And I think going into Christmas, if you work in politics or if you don't work in politics, or indeed if you work in the media, Julie, I think most people will be thinking, OK, even if I don't like this result, it's a result that will give us some energy to really get things moving in some kind of direction again.
Yeah, fascinating insight. Thank you very much indeed for the moment, Fiona, for talking us through that. I think we can cross back to Downing Street indeed, and our stalwart of the morning, Daniel Hewitt, who's been watching all the events there. What news have you got for us, Dan?
Well, there's a few things worth mentioning, Julie, that we haven't mentioned about the timetable over the next few weeks and months. You talked next week about the Queen's speech that will be held. We know now from a Number 10 source that there will be a minor cabinet reshuffle on Monday, so don't expect any major changes. Sajid Javid at number 11 will almost certainly remain Chancellor. It's more probably your junior ministers, though there is a question over Jacob Rees-Mogg and whether he will stay in the cabinet. We've heard virtually nothing from him during this campaign. And back to the issue of Brexit and the Brexit deal, we expect the withdrawal agreement bill, easy for me to say, to be brought back next Friday, so the day after the Queen's speech. They're trying to get that second reading through before the Christmas break the following week. After Brexit is done in February, we then expect there to be a more major reshuffle. That's the language that's being used, a major reshuffle post-Brexit. And then we are expecting the first budget from this government, from the Chancellor Sajid Javid, in March. So a few things there worth noting in the timetable that will be taking place as Boris Johnson begins this new phase of his new government.
Dan, thank you very much indeed for that. We're just seeing some detail emerging that we knew that Jeremy Corbyn was going to give a short clip to the media, and there's some detail emerging from that. Apparently, in the last few moments, he has said that he is very sad at the party's worst general election result in more than 80 years, adding that he has pride in our manifesto and all of the policies that we put forward. That is the only detail we have on that statement at the moment, that he's very sad at the party's worst general election result in more than 80 years. And one of the marginal constituencies that switched from Labour to the Conservatives was Leigh near Wigan. This is how they voted. Just 2,000 votes in it. The Conservatives won with 21,000. Labour was second with 19,000. The Brexit Party a long way behind on 3,000, but they still beat the Lib Dems. And Lucy Watson is in Leigh today with a group of guests. And given we've just heard those comments from the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, Lucy, it'd be interesting to see what the voters there have to say.
Well, Julie, you join me here in the Bradshaw Gate Cafe. Busy lunchtime. This is in the centre of Leigh, a traditional old market town built on the cotton industry. There used to be coal mines here. I mean, it's unthinkable. I grew up in this region. It's unthinkable until very, very recently that this could go blue. But it did last night. Now, as you say, we've been joined by some guests, some ladies just finishing off their lunch. Now, this is Carol, this is Madeline, and this is another Carol. So you traditionally voted Labour yesterday, but it wasn't because of Corbyn.
No, definitely not. It was just, I didn't know who to vote for, and traditional family has always done Labour. So that's the only reason, no other reason.
Why do you think it was such a shock? It's been such a shock here. Why do you think it's gone blue in Leigh?
It's not a shock. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Why? Why is there such a change in attitude?
Because he's no good, Corbyn. Nobody has any faith in any of them, really, I don't think. That's my personal opinion.
Now, Madeline, I mean, for you, you are a Tory.
I've remained a Tory this time, yeah.
For you, what is it that their message, was it about Brexit for you?
Well, I did want Brexit. I wanted it over 3.5 years ago. And it's proved that he's the only one that's going to do it for us. Plus, on top of that, I listened to a lot what Corbyn said. Personality-wise, I think a lot of people didn't like what they were seeing, and I don't think they liked what they were hearing. And that's the main reason I've stayed where I am. And I'm hoping that Boris does what he's promised. But I want to see him do something. I want to see him do our national health. I want to see him tackle crime. There's a lot of other things that I hope and pray that he does for us, as well as the Brexit deal. And I hope it's a good one.
Was it the Brexit message for you, though, Madeline?
Mainly it was. But the reasons I've given you, there are other reasons as well.
I mean, does it feel shocking to you? You woke up this morning and you couldn't believe it.
No, I was absolutely amazed. Amazed. I mean, I think it's great, but I was shocked.
Why?
Because it's always remained a Labour town for years and years, haven't they? You know, and a lot of the north, a lot of the northwest have. So it was a surprise. But I hope there's plenty of people pleased this morning, because I am.
What about you then, Carol? Are you pleased?
Yes, I am. Same as Madeline, for the reasons for Brexit, sorry.
Is that the general consensus? It's just because of Brexit?
No, not just Jeremy Corbyn. I didn't trust him at all, you know. I trusted what Boris Johnson said more than him, so yeah, just hopefully he gets on with it, what he said he's going to do.
Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. Well, Boris Johnson's path to victory really did carve its way through towns just like Leigh.
Thank you very much indeed, Lucy. Well, we've been hearing from Jeremy Corbyn for the first time this morning. Let's have a listen to what... we don't have it yet, apparently, yet. I beg your pardon. We have got a bit more detail on what he said, and we'll bring it with him in vision in a moment. Apparently, he has been also asked about his timetable to leave as leader, and he said the National Executive will have to meet, of course, in the very near future, and it is up to them. It will be in the early part of next year. So a little bit of detail emerging from that. We've still got Fiona Hill with us alongside Professor Jane Green and Carl Dinnan. I was quite interested in what you had to say, Fiona, about the work done by Theresa May, as you judged it, to sort of start to build the Conservative vote on which we've seen now big moves emerge overnight. Jane, perhaps you can give us a bit more detail on that. I mean, is that sort of accurate picture from what we've gleaned overnight?
I think you do have to see these two elections together, 2017 and 2019, because in 2017 we were looking in the British election study data at the Leave-Remain split for the party's voters. And what we saw was that the Conservative Party then had around 2/3 of Leave voters, and that was a very substantial effect in 2017. You really saw this kind of division in terms of Leave voters going towards the Conservative Party and Remain voters going towards Labour, and you really saw that effect there. And it is true that this result has then built on that. So many of those seats that went to Boris Johnson last night had become much more within reach because of the 2017 election.
I mean, you know, when she started out, her speech in Downing Street set out a broad vision for the country that, I mean, you'll remember that, Carol, because you were reporting it at the time. And even when we went into the 2017 election, she was polling very, very well across all demographics and across the whole country. And I think that was because of the agenda that we set out, that she set out at the start through her Downing Street speech. But then, of course, we had Brexit. And then, of course, we were straight into the election. And so the agenda of appealing to the whole country really never got off the ground. So this is a real opportunity for Boris. And I think he gets that because if you think about some of the announcements that he made during the campaign itself, whether it was policing or health or climate or whichever issue it was, you can tell that he's going back to his one nation conservatism.
I mean, it's interesting also just to pick up on what's happened to the Conservatives since 2017, and actually even before 2017. Jeremy Corbyn, in his comments, which we'll see in a moment, talks about his pride in the manifesto, and there's no two ways about it. You know, what you saw from Ed Miliband in 2015, it shifted the Conservatives in terms of their retail offer, and look at what we've seen on the NHS this time around.
Well, they pinched quite a few of the policies, didn't they? the energy price freeze, they nicked that one. This time around, they've nicked 20,000 police officers, which was a Labour commitment last time. And it's interesting to hear Fiona talking about how Boris Johnson has built, both electorally and in policy terms, on what Theresa May did. But I wonder if I could just ask Fiona what you think then was the difference between this time and last time. How come Boris Johnson was able to win such a great majority when Theresa May failed so badly to do it?
Well, with any campaign, there is a whole myriad of reasons why things go well and things go less well. I think in terms of context, we were a bit too soon. We hadn't had those periods where you know, big pieces of legislation were continually being blocked. Ergo, there was frustration on all sides, whether you're in whether you're in politics or whether you weren't in politics. That frustration was really palpable when we went into this election. It wasn't there in 2017. In 2017, everything felt quite halcyon, and we felt like we were riding quite high. And the country, I think, at that point thought, well, I don't know if I like Brexit, but maybe I do. But this person seems quite sensible. She seems quite stable, etc., etc. We know where that led. But the campaign itself, you know, really was quite flat in the end.
And it was down to that character and the campaigning ability, so much of it, surely.
I was saying last night, actually, Julie, I really believe this because I've worked now in quite a few election campaigns, and, you know, you get a bit of stardust at the start of a campaign. Even if you're the person who's behind, you get a feeling that actually something might be on your side. That never really happened in 2017, even though we were starting from such a high watermark. In fact, maybe that's one of the reasons why we didn't have it. I don't know.
OK, we ought to listen to the clip that we have from Jeremy Corbyn. We've heard from him for the first time this morning. Here it is.
Obviously very sad at the result we've achieved and very sad at those colleagues that lost their seats in the election, and very sad for many people in this country who will now have a government that is continuing policies of austerity, and many of the poorest communities, I think, will suffer very badly from the economic strategy that I suspect the Prime Minister will take forward. But also, I have pride in our manifesto that we put forward, and all the policies we put forward, which actually had huge public support on issues of universal credit, the green industrial revolution, and investment for the future. But this election was taken over, ultimately, by Brexit, and we as a party represent people who both voted Remain and Leave, and my whole strategy was to reach out beyond the Brexit divide to try and bring people together, because ultimately the country has to come together.
So what went wrong?
Well, those in Leave areas, in some numbers, voted for Brexit or Conservative candidates, which meant that we lost a number of seats and we didn't make the gains that I'd hoped we could have done, particularly in the Midlands and Yorkshire and the North.
You talked about last night a period of reflection before you stand down. You wouldn't lead the party into another general election. When are you planning on standing down?
Well, the National Executive will have to meet, of course, in the very near future, and it's up to them. They'll make that decision, not me, but what I hope is there will be a period when we can have a good discussion within the party, and I think that's healthy and that's to be very welcome, and I hope those that were inspired by our manifesto will actually join the party and take part in that discussion. It's up to them to set a programme for when an election will take place. It'll be in the early part of next year.
Because quite often leaders stand down straight away after a general election defeat like this. I mean, this is a catastrophic defeat. Many people would expect you to stand down straight away.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
So they were the words of Jeremy Corbyn just a few moments ago, talking about the strategy which they had attempted to reach out beyond the Brexit divide, alluding there, of course, to the position that he, consistently took during the campaign, that should it come to another referendum, he would remain neutral. But he's also spoken of his pride in their manifesto and talked about, in terms of a timetable of him going, he said it would be responsible to remain until there'd been a period of discussion, and it will be down to the National Executive. Carl, your immediate impression of that? I mean, it looked rather weary, Mr. Corbyn, perhaps completely unsurprisingly.
Yeah, well, he blamed Brexit. He said he had a good manifesto, and he said nothing at all about his own leadership, which I think will have many of his MPs raising their eyebrows, because I think many of them believe he was the problem. OK, let's cross to Libby, who was listening to that too. Libby, you've been tracking the Labour leader through all these long weeks. What did you make of what he had to say?
Well, I think he was trying to defy political gravity, suggesting that there was some sort of process by which he would go, as opposed to actually just taking responsibility for this catastrophic defeat and actually stepping down. I think this is a man who really is in denial about the scale of these losses, worse than 1983. And I have to say, we've seen some of the chaotic nature of this campaign being repeated just here at Islington Town Hall. Now, there's just been a wedding party on the steps there, but around the back, very chaotic scenes as Mr. Corbyn arrived here to do that interview. He went down in a car, followed by the police. The police were going so fast that a cameraman got entangled, his cable entangled in a bollard, and then fell over. He's actually, I understand, sustained quite a serious knee injury. Then another cameraman was pulling out, and his car was in collision with a police car. So, metaphorically speaking, I think this sums up exactly where Labour is now. A party that has suffered humiliating losses, a leader really in denial about how big those losses are, blaming it on Brexit, when what we found on the doorstep very much was it wasn't so much Brexit. It was very much his personality. He didn't cut through, particularly in the northern seats. And I think what we've seen happening in the north of England and the Midlands is a bit like what happened in Scotland in 2015. Labour is being eroded as a major political force in key parts of the country. And I think this is a huge problem for the party. This is not a question that they slightly misjudged the mood or they got their Brexit policy wrong. I think there is something much more fundamental going on.
Libby, thank you for that. And just whilst we're thinking about the fallout for the Labour vote last night, we've just heard from the leader of Unite Union, Len McCluskey. Here's what he had to say.
Well, Jeremy's already indicated that he'll be stepping down, and of course he will now conduct the new leadership election. I suspect we'll have that in the new year. The NEC meets early January, and I suspect they'll put a timetable together for a new leadership. And that's the correct thing to do after a defeat of this scale. Then there needs to be reflections. I've no doubt that there'll be some recriminations, but that always happens.
Len McCluskey speaking a few moments ago. Now, the Health Service was at the heart of the election campaign, of course. So what does the Doctors' Union, the British Medical Association, think of the result? We'll have that reaction when we come back after this short break. NHS played a pivotal role in the election campaign and will be a key priority for the next government. The Prime Minister has said as much this morning. Well, the chair of the British Medical Association, Doctors' Union, Dr. Chand Nagpal, joins us now. Thank you very much indeed. Your reaction to what we saw emerge overnight?
So today we've seen a new government, but today also marks the NHS publishing the worst ever figures in history regarding patient care. We have more patients waiting in A&E than ever before. Not a single hospital trust has met its A&E target. We have more patients waiting on hospital lists for treatment, more cancer patients than ever before waiting for treatment. More patients saw their GP last month than records began. So we have a system under huge pressure on the day of a new government, and this government needs to address that.
And how quickly do you think, if they are genuinely committed to it, and there's no ignoring the fact they have committed significant extra sums in many people's eyes, how quickly would you need to see some change, and how realistic is it even to promise it?
I think the first thing is the government needs to put behind all the electioneering headlines, promises, statements, and be honest about what's needed. The first thing is we have probably half the number of hospital beds compared to the EU average. We are tens of thousands of doctors short. We're at the bottom of the ladder. So we need to resource that. The trouble is that the figures that the government has come up with in terms of funding is well below that which is needed. We know analysis that we need 4.1% uplift year on year. The government has only pledged 3.4%. That's several billion pounds short of what is needed. That's the money we need to actually have the facilities, the staff, the beds, the community care to provide services to patients. So we need to now stop blinding the public with figures and have a meaningful discussion on what's required for a proper health service that provides care for patients.
And I suppose it is one of those moments, isn't it, when the dust settles on a really brutal election campaign, that people really start to see where the reality bites on this. I mean, in terms of actually starting to change things, perhaps from a GP's perspective, of course, you're a GP yourself. We know the Conservatives promised 50 million new GP appointments. Realistically, how long could it take to turn that system around, given the shortage of GPs, just fundamentally for a start?
So we heard from the same government a pledge for 5,000 more GPs. We're actually now 1,000 fewer GPs in the health service. So just putting out headlines of promises is really not satisfactory. You have to have a proper explanation of how you will achieve that. But there is one immediate thing that the government should be doing. We have a ludicrous situation where doctors are prevented from providing work and doing extra hours to actually provide services to patients because they are taxed through pensions more in many cases than the money they would earn. So in fact, you'd be paying to go into work, and that rule, that pension tax regulation could be scrapped immediately. And the government has pledged to look at it. We're saying just get on and do it and allow doctors to care for patients.
There were some within the medical profession, those people who speak for doctors, health authorities across the board, before this election said, it is time to depoliticise this, get some cross-party working properly on the NHS. Actually, Nigel Farage even suggested it in one of the TV debates that we did a few weeks ago. Do you think it's time that, realistically, we started to look at the NHS as something that doesn't get kicked about during an election period?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen this in every electoral cycle, promises made to get elected, and then no sooner you then find that what's been promised isn't going to transpire. We need to have, I believe, the public deserve a proper, honest discussion about what is needed. And at the moment, I think they've been blinded with a lot of electioneering, and what we now need is to get, the government needs to get a grip on the NHS and provide care to patients.
Dr. Chand Nagpal, thank you very much indeed for your time this morning.
Thanks
for coming to see us. And I think we can go over to Telford now, where Geraint has been talking to voters there. Geraint.
Yeah, Julie, in Telford, what was in 2017 a Tory majority of just a few hundred went now to a majority of over 10,000. We're trying to work out why that was, and we've got some people here who became Conservative voters, well, via a variety of different votes. Ed, different routes, I should say. You were a Remainer, Ed, weren't
Yes.
you? So tell me how you ended up voting Conservative yesterday.
Well, I was too young to vote in the 2016 referendum. I was a passionate Remainer and wanted to stay in Europe, but for the past 3 years, all I've seen is everybody trying to delay Brexit, and it needs to be done. The people's mandate needs to be fulfilled.
And what people like the Lib Dems and Labour were offering, which was either to cancel Brexit or a second referendum, that didn't appeal to you?
No, cancelling Brexit is completely wrong in my view. I think Labour's, they would have kept us in the single market and the customs union. That was not what was the will of the people in 2016.
Michael, we already know that you're extraordinary because you've been standing here all morning in just your shirt sleeves. And it's absolutely freezing. But you were a UKIP member, weren't you?
Yes,
So
I
you were a
was.
passionate Leaver.
Very passionate.
How did you end up voting Tory yesterday?
We're privileged in this area. Our Conservative candidate has been true to her word. She's been Leave since the get-go. There was no need for a Brexit party or a UKIP candidate in this area, so I found it quite easy to vote Conservative. I think the people have now given a mandate. They want their borders back, they want their fisheries back, they want to make control of our own laws. So we're a step closer to doing that now. I like to think that I was a part of that by voting Conservative.
And Boris Johnson is your man?
He's the closest I'm going to get to a man, yeah.
Okay.
He's better than Theresa May.
All right. Louise, you were from a Labour background, aren't you, very much? Brought up a Labour supporter. What happened yesterday?
Well, I kind of decided at last minute, to about 9:30 was when I voted. It's like half an hour before the polls closed. It was the kind of the minimum wage thing with me, and it was just, if you looked at both parties, I felt that a lot of them would say the same thing. Obviously, I'm a small business owner, so for me to be able to pay employees £10 an hour, I'm going to have to put the prices up.
And you weren't worried at all about the NHS? I know that was a big issue locally, the closure of the local A&E unit. You didn't have any concerns on that front?
So the NHS was one of my main concerns. I was in A&E not so long back, and you could see the amount of pressure that they were on. Mental health was my kind of go-to, just because I feel that there's not enough there. But if you look at the Conservatives, they are saying that they're going to exceed and put less pressure on the staff, if that makes any sense, and get more doctors and nurses in.
Very interesting to hear all of your views and how you ended up voting the way you did. Thank you all very much. Go and warm up. Julie, back to you.
I think you should too, Geraint. Thank you for that. Well, I'm joined now by Cardinal Vincent Nichols, head of the Roman Catholic Church in England and Wales. And I suppose, given what we've seen in the last few weeks, Eminence, it would be worth taking stock of how this country draws itself back together after an extraordinarily turbulent and divisive election.
Well, I think that's perfectly true. And it's not just been the election. It goes back a bit further than that, that there's been a kind of a mood and a toxicity about the way people talk to each other and what they say and how they try to disparage other people. And it's not done any of us any good. I think that we are at a point of a bit of a fresh start, and that mood is around this morning. But it's not just about politics. It's about a fresh start in how we approach life. I mean, I would love to say to people, let's learn again how to look one another in the eye and really try and find the good in the other person. There's good in everybody. Sometimes it's a bit wounded, it's a bit broken, it's a bit hidden, but it's there. And when we set our hearts on trying to find that bit of good in each other, then I think people will begin to feel safe in this society again. And that's very, very important. Safe and welcome because they're recognised as having something to give.
That feels like quite a big challenge at this stage. But there is also a question too, isn't there? I mean, there are an awful lot of young voters who really came out in significant numbers from what we saw yesterday, some of whom will have had their hopes dashed. There will be a lot of people, I mean, look at what, Labour is sort of turning in on itself, really, this morning after the result last night. I mean, before people even start to think about seeing the good as you describe it in others, they are looking at their own tribe and wondering how we mend things.
That's true, but what we must not do is think of ourselves simply as tribal political parties. We're not. There's more to life than politics. And there are very, very important areas which have felt the washback from the political conflicts. And we've got to recover those parts of life. They're to do with how we work together. They're to do with how we live together, how we create things together, how we knit ourselves together as a community. And that's bigger than politics. And so I would say, don't get stuck in this. but open your eyes afresh. And, you know, Christmas is coming. OK, we talk about Christmas as a season of goodwill. It's more than that. Christmas, if you look at it with the eyes of faith, is the goodness of God embodied in a child. Now, that goodness of God is written into everybody, everybody. And that's what we have to find again and build on.
Colin Vincent-Nichols, thank you very much indeed for coming to speak to us this lunchtime. And it is just coming up now to 1:30. If you want to round up of all the most important and dramatic moments of the morning, we'll bring that to you very shortly. First, though, here's a quick break. See you shortly. Welcome back. Let's get a recap now of the story of the past 24 hours. A big majority for the Conservatives and vote for Brexit in many parts of the UK. A successful night for the Scottish National Party, but for Labour and the Lib Dems, the results were very disappointing. And there was something of a shift in power in Northern Ireland after the DUP lost 2 seats. Paul Davis reports now on a night of highs and lows.
He asked for a mandate to get Brexit done, and he got it. Boris Johnson arriving back in Downing Street this morning with girlfriend Carrie Symonds. His gamble on a Christmas election had paid off, and how? With that case full of ministerial papers and a thumping majority, it was back to the project. A few minutes earlier, surrounded by celebrating supporters and watched by Dominic Cummings, the man who plotted this victory, he was basking in that new mandate.
We now speak as a one-nation Conservative Party, literally for everyone from Woking to Workington, from Kensington, I'm proud to say, to Clwyd South, from Surrey Heath to Sedgefield.
A victory applauded by someone who's not always been a fan.
Well, first of all, big congratulations to Boris Johnson and all those Conservative candidates who work so hard. It's an extraordinary result, a powerful result. It marks the end of Corbyn and Corbynism, and that's a very good thing for the country.
It is now 10 o'clock, and we can reveal the full details of the joint broadcasters' exit poll.
The die had been cast early. An exit poll accurately predicting Tory triumph, Labour disaster, and so much more. If Jeremy Corbyn's supporters had been fearing a tough night, the reality turned out to be even worse.
We love you, Jeremy!
The trouble was, the electorate didn't.
Atherton, Sarah Elizabeth, the Welsh Conservative Party, 15,000.
Even in Labour's traditional heartlands like Wrexham, red turned to blue.
The Conservative Party candidate, 21,000.
Dennis Skinner's old seat at Bolsover went the same way.
The Conservative Party candidate.
As did Tony Blair's old constituency, Sedgefield, as the so-called Red Wall was breached. Before the carnage was over, the man whose leadership, alongside the Brexit issue, was being blamed for a disastrous campaign, faced up to the inevitable.
I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign. I will discuss with our party to ensure there is a process now of reflection.
Mr. Corbyn, do you take personal responsibility for the defeat?
Arriving home to snatch a few hours' sleep, no more words, though a few supporters were still keeping the faith. After a brief sleep, an explanation why he won't fall on his sword immediately.
I was elected to lead the party, and I think the responsible thing to do is not to walk away from the whole thing, and I won't do that. I will stay here until there has been somebody elected to succeed me, and then I will step down at that point.
At least he had hung on to his seat. Not so Joe Swinson, the Lib Dem's bad night capped by defeat for their leader as the SNP took Dumbartonshire East.
Amy Callaghan, Scottish National Party, SNP, 19,672.
A woman who not long ago talked about being Prime Minister, now making an emotional goodbye speech.
I particularly would like to thank my mum, my sister Nicola, my husband Duncan, and our two darling boys, Andrew and Gabriel.
It's not quite clear if the SNP's Nicola Sturgeon is reacting to Joe Swinson's defeat or her own party's tremendous night, with this celebration straight from the terraces. With 48 of Scotland's 59 MPs, she will push for another independence vote.
Scotland has again sent a very strong message that we don't want a Conservative government, we don't want Brexit, and we want our future to be in our own hands. And, you know, that's the message from Scotland that I think has to be respected.
In Northern Ireland, the DUP's Nigel Dodds was the biggest casualty, as for the first time the election returned more nationalist MPs than unionists. At times, like the campaign itself, the night was tetchy. Fights breaking out at Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell's count at Hayes and Harlington after protesters called him a terrorist. Tense in the TV studios too, as old Labour waded into the current leadership.
Corbyn was a disaster on the doorstep. Everyone knew that he couldn't lead the working class out of a paper bag.
While others hold inquests, Boris Johnson this morning made the short journey from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace and an appointment with the Queen. Before returning to number 10, getting a winner's welcome from his team as the man who will lead the UK into 2020 and out of Europe. Paul Davis, ITV News.
So the story of an extraordinary night. Let's recap on some of the statistics from it. With all but one of the results in, the Conservatives have 364 seats, up 47. Labour ended up with 203, down 59. The Lib Dems are down to 11. The Brexit Party didn't win any. The SNP are up to 48, 13 more than 2017, and the others make up 23. Among those, the Greens kept their one seat. It was a poor night, though, for Northern Ireland's DUP. They lost 2 seats, including that of their Westminster leader, Nigel Dodds. Plaid Cymru stay on 4 seats in Wales. Well, we saw a little earlier that Boris Johnson had returned to Downing Street to applause from his staff there. Our political correspondent, Daniel Hewitt's there too. Daniel, vindication today for the strategy pursued by the Conservatives, and we're due to hear from the Prime Minister a little later.
That's right, Julie. Well, vindication certainly in England and also in certainly parts of Wales. Boris Johnson is inside number 10 right now. He's home now for the next 5 years. That get Brexit done, that simple message clearly cut through, and it's put him in Downing Street with a bigger majority than Margaret Thatcher. He's outdone David Cameron. He's outdone John Major, a man who effectively said don't campaign and don't vote for Boris Johnson at this election. We are due to hear from the Prime Minister at some point this afternoon in what number 10 are calling a statement to the people. But as well as talking about Brexit, as well as talking about more funding for the NHS and police and the things he wants to talk about, he does have a big challenge here, Boris Johnson, north of the border. The SNP sweeping the board creates a big problem. The split now between Tory England and SNP Scotland means that though he has a mandate to take Britain out of the European Union in 49 days' time, he does have the challenge of trying to keep a union here back home domestically together. That is a big challenge for Boris Johnson, and it'll be interesting to see how much he tries to address that issue when he speaks here this afternoon.
Daniel, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, Lib Dem leader Jo Swinson was, of course, the highest profile of the party's losses, but she wasn't alone. A clutch of MPs lost their seats, including the party's longest-serving MP, Tom Brake, who was beaten by the Tories, and the former Labour MP, Chuka Umunna, failed in his bid to be elected. Our correspondent, Rachel Younger, is in central London, where we're expecting to hear from Jo Swinson within the hour. A terribly difficult time ahead for her.
Yes, it's hard not to feel for her, isn't it? And as you can see, the room is prepared here in the South Bank, but with only 15 minutes till she's due to give a statement, it is pretty empty. And I think that's a reflection, really, of what's happened to the party overnight. She has flown down from Scotland to her home in South London. She's alongside her husband, Duncan, and close members of her team. But you can only imagine the soul-searching that is going on there, can't you? Because remember that just 6 weeks ago, this was a woman who was saying that she could win. She could get all the way to number 10. Instead, she has lost her seat. She is no longer her party's leader, having been in that position for less than 6 months. She is now cast back into the political wilderness. Already, the inquest is starting. The veteran former Liberal Democrat MP, Simon Hughes, has described her decision to pitch herself as a potential Prime Minister as mad, saying some of the positions the party adopted were ridiculous. And really now it will be up to Ed Davey, her deputy, and Baroness Sal Brinton, who are the joint acting leaders until a leadership contest can be held in the new year, to try to put this party back together.
Rachel, thank you for that. Well, Nicola Sturgeon claims a second vote on Scottish independence is now a democratic right after the SNP took 48 of the 59 UK parliamentary constituencies north of the border. She will formally request the powers for Holyrood to hold Indy Ref 2, something Boris Johnson has previously said he would block, and indeed that is what they are maintaining this morning. Our correspondent Martha Fairley is in Edinburgh, where Nicola Sturgeon's been addressing the voters, and she was pretty straightforward with what she had to say, Martha.
Yes, in a press conference about an hour and a half ago, Nicola Sturgeon, the leader of the SNP, said that this general election was a watershed moment, and it was now clear that the people of Scotland did not want to leave Europe. She said it is time for the people of Scotland to decide their own future. And she announced that within the next week she will publish a detailed democratic case for letting Holyrood decide on whether and when there should be a second independence referendum. Nicola Sturgeon said she is not asking for permission. She is asserting the right of Scotland.
So to the Prime Minister, let me be very clear. This is not simply a demand that I or the SNP are making. It is the right of the people of Scotland. And you, as the leader of a defeated party in Scotland, have no right to stand in the way.
Nicola Sturgeon said that Westminster had ignored Scotland for the past 3 years, and it is now time for Boris Johnson to listen. She said that this stunning result last night renews, reinforces and strengthens the mandate for the Scottish Parliament to decide on its on whether an independence referendum should be carried out and when it should be carried out. She is realistic that not everybody who voted for SNP may want independence, but she says she should be able to ask the people that question.
Martha, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, we can put that now straight to Conservative MP Robert Buckland, who's also Justice Secretary, of course. Lots to talk about. Extraordinary night for you all last night. But there are big challenges looming ahead immediately, not least what we just heard from Nicola Sturgeon. She says that your government will not have the right to determine whether people should have a choice or not. It's not for you to give Scotland permission after the votes that we saw go to the SNP last night.
Well, this was a general election for the whole of our United Kingdom, and we made it crystal clear that 2020 could either be a year of one or even two referendums, or a chance to turn the page, move on from the impasse over Brexit and actually make 2020 a year of positive change on the domestic agenda. I don't think that the British public, and I don't think the Scottish public, actually want more navel-gazing about the Constitution. They want action on key issues, not least Brexit, but also those issues relating to the domestic agenda, just as relevant to the people of Scotland in terms of what they want to see from their schools and their hospitals and their police. And I think it's time that the SNP actually acknowledge the fact that talking about process all the time has been the problem for the last 3 years. Let's actually move on. Let's turn the page.
It's about democratic principle, isn't it? That they've got a right to have a choice. She's not even necessarily arguing for that next step. It's just that their right to have a choice, given those that fell in behind the SNP last night.
Well, we know what they want. That's all they seem to want to talk about. They don't seem to want to talk about the issues that really matter to people. They had a referendum. That was a clear result. Let's turn the page and actually do something different for the 2020s.
There is a big responsibility now, acknowledged by your Prime Minister, that you have been lent votes by Labour voters who will look to the Conservatives for something traditionally very different. It is really going to be an onus on you to deliver that, isn't it? Otherwise, those votes have simply been lent.
Well, it's a very exciting opportunity for a one-nation Conservative government to really take action, to make this phrase levelling up mean something. Part of the reason for the Brexit vote was that the communities that have voted Conservative felt excluded, felt not part of the growing economy. And I think now is a chance for a Conservative government to do something about that, to improve public services, but also to make these communities feel part of the growth of our country.
Your Justice Secretary, there were some pretty big promises made by the Prime Minister on justice, not least keeping terrorists serving a full term and keeping people having tougher sentencing. That's going to cost. How are you going to pay for it?
Well, indeed, we've already made provision for the next year for increases in our budget. We're going to be investing £2.75 billion in our prisons. It's clear that as we expand and improve and modernise our criminal justice system, we will have to put more resources into that. I'm looking forward to help spearheading the changes that we're going to make, the improved sentences on terrorism and serious crime, and also deal with the wider range of issues to reduce reoffending in the first place.
Robert Buckland, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. Well, as we heard a few moments ago, Jeremy Corbyn has confirmed he will not stand at another election after his party's worst general election result in more than 80 years. Our correspondent Libby Vina is outside Islington Town Hall, where Mr Corbyn's expected to leave shortly. Lots of calls now for him to go immediately rather than a period of reflection. Is there any chance of that?
Well, I don't know. He has just left the building down the street behind me. We're a little way down Upper Street because we were trying to get a word with his advisor, Seamus Milne, the key strategist behind the Corbyn project. He didn't want to talk to us at all. He ignored all questions from reporters. And I have to say, he looked completely shell-shocked. Although the polls did suggest that the Conservatives were going to win, I don't think Labour thought they were going to lose by this enormous margin, and I think the blame for that does lie very much with people like Mr Milne, who essentially kept steering the party further and further to the left. The manifesto this time involved far more nationalisation, for example, than the one in 2017. And I think to the end, people like Mr Milne thought that Mr Corbyn was a vote winner. Well, I think in the end it was Mr Corbyn's qualities as a leader which let down the campaign, and I think also, as I suggested, some of those ideas in the manifesto which most people around the country seem to have thought were far too left-wing.
Libby, thank you very much for that. Well, there was a lot of talk for polling today about whether the Conservatives could smash through the so-called Red Wall, a band of solid Labour seats across the Midlands, the north of England and Wales. Well, this is how the region looked after the 2017 vote. And here is how things have changed overnight. Conservative victories cut a swathe from Wrexham in Wales over to High Peak in Derbyshire, all the way across to Great Grimsby on the Lincolnshire coast. Among those to fall were Burnley and Caroline Flint's seat, Don Valley, neither of which have had a Tory MP in over a century. At Leigh in Greater Manchester, even a majority of just under 10,000 votes from 2017 was not enough to protect the seat for Labour. And our reporter, Lucy Watson, is there. One of those spots where we've seen a seismic shift overnight, Lucy.
Definitely, Julie. Now, this is just coming to the end of the lunchtime rush here at the Bradshawgate Cafe in the centre of Leigh. Now, this has been a seat held by Labour since 1922. I mean, until recently, it would have been almost unthinkable that it could ever go Tory. I grew up in this region. It's quite... enormous that it's done just that. I even had it in my notes, in fact, last night. It could be the biggest shock of the night if it went blue, and it did just that. People here in 2016 voted for Brexit, more than 60% of them. That has not happened. They've got fed up, and so they voted for a party that they never perhaps thought they would have done before. And a great example of that is Jean here. Now, Jean, you have voted Labour all your life.
Correct.
Your family have done exactly the same thing.
Yes.
But you voted Tory yesterday. Why?
Democracy. We had a democratic vote. We voted to leave. They've never listened. They've gone against it. Now, to me, that will be a dictatorship. If this is overthrown, then that will be dictatorship. That could be next time.
So was it all about Brexit for you, or was it dislike for Jeremy Corbyn?
I've got to be honest, dislike of Jeremy Corbyn, but it was democracy at the top of my list. If you voted to remain, I was a leaver. I would stand side by side with you. That was a democratic vote. If this vote is overturned, which I'm glad to say wasn't, then if we voted again on something else and they did not like it, then they would try again, because if succeeded, or they would have tried to do, then they would have tried, and whatever you do, voting next time.
Jean, thanks so much for talking. You're also quite a fan of Boris as well. Now, Jean is just a perfect example of how the Tories last night really did pop their pants on Labour's law.
Lucy, thank you. Well, it wasn't just in England where the Conservatives made gains in places they'd never won before. In Wales, they picked up 6 seats at the expense of Labour. Labour's still, of course, the largest party with 22, but the Conservatives now have 14 and Plaid Cymru stay on 4. Stacey Foster is in Wrexham, where they saw some pretty big changes there too, Stacey.
Absolutely. This place has never seen a Tory MP here, and that's exactly what they woke up to this morning. People have been telling me this morning they're quite surprised about that. Many have said that they didn't actually vote in the general election because they didn't know who to vote for. But it was a pretty dismal performance, especially in the northeast of Wales for Labour last night. The best performance for the Conservatives in Wales since 1983, obviously gaining here this seat in Wrexham, but also Clwyd South, the seat that back in 1997, Boris Johnson himself tried to become the MP for Clwyd South. He didn't actually win that one, but his party did triumph last night. So huge gains for the Tories in Wales. It was a disappointing night for the Lib Dems, who've been wiped out here. And Plaid Cymru still have 4 MPs. They say they're pressing for independence next time round.
Stacey, thank you. In Northern Ireland, the parties who support breaking away from the UK have for the first time won more seats than the Unionists. The DUP remain the largest party there, but they are down at 2 to 8 seats. Sinn Féin have 7, while the SDAP have 2, and the Alliance 1. Neil Connery is in Belfast. So what does this mean for the future of Northern Ireland and indeed for the Republic of Ireland, potentially, Neil?
Well, absolutely extraordinary night here, as you say, Julie, with Nationalists winning more seats than Unionists. That has never happened in a general election in Northern Ireland. The most high-profile name, as we know, Nigel Dodds, the Westminster leader of the Democratic Unionist Party, losing his seat here in North Belfast to John Finucane from Sinn Féin. The DUP also losing in South Belfast, and they didn't pick up North Down, which was in their target. So we're a long way from those days back in 2017 after that general election, and of course the DUP were kingmakers and went on to sign that confidence and supply agreement with Theresa May. It's a very changed world here this morning in the wake of that general election, and people are asking what all of this is going to mean now for Brexit, given Northern Ireland's unique position, given what happens in the months to come in terms of trade, in terms of its constitutional position. So many questions have been raised by what happened last night as the fallout from this general election starts to sink in.
Indeed. Neil, thank you for that. Well, if you were wondering why we're still waiting for the final constituency, St Ives, to announce its results, it is because of the weather. Ballot boxes from the Isles of Scilly have to be brought over to the main island of St Mary's to be counted, but stormy conditions meant boats have to wait for calmer waters. Sort of know how we feel, really. They are now being counted, and actually it is a marginal constituency, so it could yet be interesting when it finally arrives. So finally, before we go, let's get the reflections of Carl Dinnan, our political correspondent, who's been here. What time did we get here? 9:30 this morning, Carl.
It's all been fun.
Well, it's all been great, hasn't it? So what we witnessed overnight was seismic. There is no getting away from this. Give us your potted take on this election.
Absolutely. Brexit is happening. Remain is finished. The Union is under pressure with Nicola Sturgeon on manoeuvres and those results coming in from Northern Ireland. Also finished, Joe Swinson, Jeremy Corbyn in the new year. He'll be out too. Europe is relieved. Leo Varadkar, the Irish Taoiseach, said today he was relieved for his country and relieved for the UK that at last there would be clarity. And of course, Boris Johnson is Prime Minister, a powerful Prime Minister with a huge majority to do what he wants for the next 5 years at least, if he wants it. And he may surprise people by moving to the centre ground once Brexit is done.
Very fascinating, Carl. Thank you for that and for all your insight this morning. It's been great to have you here. And that is just about it on Boris Johnson's pretty resounding victory. A happy Christmas for him. A great result, too, for Nicola Sturgeon and all the questions that raises about Scottish independence. But a desperate result for Labour and the Lib Dems. Mary Nightingale will be in Downing Street with the ITV news at 6:30. I'll be back with news at 10. But for now, from all of us here, have a lovely afternoon. Bye-bye.
Of the Joint Broadcasters Exit Poll, which is predicting a large Conservative majority. Well, we are entering the Boris Johnson era of British politics.
This is the kind of majority they dreamt of.
Nice to see you all here, thank you.
Corbyn was a disaster.
Utterly heartbroken.
I will not lead the party in any future general election campaign.
Hi, good evening, everybody. A historic election that gives us now, in this new government, the chance to respect the democratic will of the British people.
Are you going to resign?
It marks the end of Corbyn and Corbynism, and that's a very good thing for the country.
Scotland's future must be in Scotland's hands.